I hope I would like to see that pad. I really would.
You want to see it?
Jerry will help.
At least some.
They want to see it.
I haven't seen the whole thing. That's true. And the president will wear like a badge of courage.
Over in June, so it's all over.
I remember the winter you got home.
Good morning. My name is Paul Goldstein. I'm a professor of law at Stanford Law School. I'm very happy to welcome you to this weekend's Congressional Copyright and Technology Symposium. I will be serving as the Rapporteur for the program, summarizing many of the lessons that will be exposed here during the next 2 days toward the session's close. Let me alert you, warn you before we proceed that in the spirit of the new communications technologies and to which this symposium is devoted, all of the mics are live. That is, the mics that are by you are live. All you need to do to speak into them is to pull them toward you. I needn't tell you what to do if you don't wish to have your remarks overheard by others. Now, I obviously will have a lot more time toward the close of the session to put in my 2 cents worth. Let me just say now, by way of introduction, that like you, I believe that technological advance is central to our nation's welfare, and like all, or at least I hope most of you, I believe that technological advance depends not only on our native ingenuities, but also on the ability of systems of intellectual property to help foster that innovation, in ways that are both efficient and equitable. This symposium represents, in my judgment, an extraordinary and extraordinarily important step toward obtaining a thoroughly objective, unbiased understanding of the public policy implications of copyright law and the new technologies. Now, we are very fortunate to have with us the leaders from the Senate and House, respectively, dealing with copyright matters, Senator Charles Mathias and Representative Congressman Robert Kastenmeier. Congressman Kastenmeier, would you like to start us off with a few remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. It was a pleasure meeting you just earlier this morning and meeting many of the others who have come here. I'd like to extend a welcome to the senators and to my fellow House members and to those who are participating and those otherwise here at the symposium. Senator Mathias and I particularly are grateful to the Copyright Office for undertaking the actual implementation of an idea he and I had for some time, along with David Ladd, to hold just such a meeting. We were finally able to bring it about. I guess it might have been originally been had last year if things had worked out. But I am very pleased that we are here away from, for many people, away from Washington, the pressure of business there, or other places, so that we could be here in a beautiful and somewhat detached environment to consider what I think are important questions. The object of helping to shape copyright or other intellectual property laws in response to the greatest technological changes in history is our challenge. We all know that computers, electronic communications, the state of the art is such that it is almost impossible for the casual citizen to remain even vaguely conversant with the implications or master the technology in any in any sense. Our children obviously seem to be more able to adapt to these changes perhaps than some of us. But we have a responsibility, and in fact we've been given an opportunity in the past to recognize the difficulty. In 1976, the major revision of the copyright law gave us a taste of trying in some respects to adapt the law to technological change. Even then, with respect to precise language and computers, computer software, and other areas, cable, for example, we were either had to temporize in terms of the law or to anticipate that down the line there would be, we would not be able to respond until sometime later in time. The fact is that in the House we've been having hearings on copyright and technological change so as to enable us to see even contemporary questions of conflict among industries, proprietors and users of copyrighted works, in what is obvious an environment of an explosion of litigation and contest, much of it suggesting or demanding statutory change. We face that today, and we faced it last year and the year before. So to better have a grasp of the implications with respect even to today's challenges, much less to tomorrow's, so that the intellectual property law, particularly copyright law, can be a little wiser, a little more comprehending in responding to these changes. We have urged the convening of this symposium. We hope that both those who tell us what's going on, those who participate, all of us will, in a broader sense, learn something from these several days here, that we will be able to communicate it to others, most notably for our part, to our fellow colleagues in the Senate and House, and that we will be able to, as I say, somewhat more wisely respond to both changes today and changes tomorrow that are indicated with respect to copyright law. We would rather not be reactive. We would rather understand and anticipate if that were possible. But in any event, we do hope to leave this place a little wiser and a little better informed. And so I congratulate you all for coming and express appreciation to those of you who will contribute positively to the proceedings. And I wish you all well. Thank you.
Senator Mathias, do you have a few remarks?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to join with Bob Kastenmeier in saying a word of welcome to everyone who is here. In his very lucid and lawyer-like dissent in the Betamax case, Justice Blackmun said, like so many other problems created by the interaction of copyright law with a new technology, there can be no really satisfactory solution to the problem presented here until the Congress acts. So in just one sentence, Justice Blackmun has defined our purpose and our goal in holding this meeting. But as the old spiritual says, everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. And so talking about heaven and getting there are two different things. Perhaps in a normal period of history, new inventions are perfected, and they come to the market in a more or less orderly way and at a gradual pace, and with time for consumers and entrepreneurs and technicians and finally the law to make normal adjustments to accommodate the new technologies. But the climate in which we're meeting is very different from that. We are witnesses not to gradual change, but to a revolution. And like many revolutions, it not only threatens to overturn the obstacles that are immediately in its path, but also to topple or to overthrow the basic principles of law and order. We're not only learning new ways to communicate, to record, to transmit, to store, to retrieve, and to manipulate every form of sound and data and information, but it appears to me that in the process we are threatening the ability to maintain the principle of intellectual property, the principle of copyright. I have thought about analogies in history to our situation. And one of the images that came to mind is that of Prince Henry of Portugal. I thought of Henry the Navigator standing there at his school for sailors in Sagres on top of those immense cliffs that constitute the coast of Portugal, and looking out to the horizon and wondering what lay beyond. But then it occurred to me that at least Henry the Navigator knew what he was up against. He knew something about the sea and about its history and about its habits and about its dangers, and he knew at least something about how to live with it. And I don't think that we are so well informed about our problem. Perhaps we are more like Balboa, silent upon a peak in Darien. When Balboa first saw the Pacific Ocean, that great South Sea, he could hardly have known what he was seeing. It was just a great sheet of water lying before him. But what it really was, and how far it extended, and what shores it lapped, and what it meant, were all matters of conjecture. And it seems to me that's more like our situation. We know that we're on the edge of a great unknown. And that, of course, is why we are here. Well, now, I'm sure that Bob Kastenmeier and I speak for all of the congressional pupils at this seminar in thanking the Register of Copyrights and the Librarian of Congress and their staffs, and the participating industries and the lawyers and judges and professors and scholars and authors who have joined here in an effort to lighten our darkness. I am only sorry that Alan Latman, who had planned to be here and for whose participation we had all been grateful, is unable to be here. But I hope that we will leave this meeting with a better sense of what it is that we need to do. In saying that, I have to admit that my optimism is somewhat qualified. Justice Blackmun, in that same dissent, speaking with his customary personal courtesy and with the traditional observance of comity between the coordinate branches of government, did not include the Congress in his indictment that the court has tended to evade the hard issues when they arise in the area of copyright law. I think those of us who lived through the prolonged debate over a very modest amendment to accommodate the jukebox, as Bob Kastenmeier and I did, would know that the Congress is just as guilty as the court. We should resolve to leave this meeting not only equipped with new information, but with a new will to adapt the new technologies to the tested principles of copyright and to preserve the concept of intellectual property that may be more important to the future than it has been to the past. Taking a leaf from Daniel Boorstin's newest book, I might say that mankind has progressed in its idea of property. Once a shepherd had to keep his flock in sight at all times in order to maintain his property in that flock. And then the recording of title developed, and constant physical possession was not any longer absolutely necessary. You could rely on your recorded title. And then we began to accord ideas, not just property, just not cattle and physical objects, but we accorded ideas and creative thoughts the character of property. And we protected this new form of property by copyright so that it could be released from the vaults and the archives and made abundantly available to all who could use it without prejudicing the creative rights of the author. We now suspect that such subjective property, perhaps never even embodied in such a corporeal form as writing, will be more and more important to modern civilization. If this evolution is to take place in an orderly way, without destroying the base of intellectual property, and without crushing the creative spirit, then we must make the best possible use of the next 48 hours. Thank you very much.
Senator Mathias, Congressman Kastenmeier, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you also for your fine introductory remarks. We're also fortunate in having with us today Librarian of Congress Daniel Boorstin, who has graciously made time available from his schedule to be with us. Dr. Boorstin, you have some remarks?
I might just add a word to what we have heard. First, I would like to thank Congressman Kastenmeier and Senator Mathias for having sparked this meeting. Their interest, not only in what we are doing, but in what we ought to be doing and what we might be doing in the future, has been very important to us at the library. I would like, just in a moment, to spotlight some of the special significance of the fact that this meeting is being held under the auspices of the Library of Congress, our national library. Perhaps in no other country in the world would a conference of this kind be held under the auspices of its national library. And that is because our national library expresses the symbiosis of the world of learning and the world of representation of the Congress in a way not found anywhere else. The unique comprehensiveness of our national library, which we call a multimedia encyclopedia, alone of all national libraries includes the products of all technologies, photography, phonography, broadcasting, electronics, and the others still to be. We are committed at the Library of Congress, jointly with the Congress, to facing the problems and opportunities that we must explore if we are to keep abreast with the development of our nation. Justice Stevens, in the majority opinion, in the Sony case, observed that the phenomenon of copyright itself is a byproduct of the great technological advance, perhaps the greatest technological advance in human history, the development of printing. And it was that technology that gave rise to copyright, as Senator Mathias has observed, and it is the changing technologies that pose us the problems we want to think about today. The history of technology, perhaps more than any other kind of history, is full of premature obituaries. We are prone, especially in this fast-moving country, to what I would call the displacive fallacy, to believe that every new technology displaces the old technology, that television will displace radio, that electronic news will displace print journalism, that the automobile will displace the human foot, and that television will displace the book. But each of these new technologies has simply given new roles to the earlier technologies, and that is our concern here today. The development of technology is not displacive, it is cumulative. That's what gives interest to what we are concerned with. Every older technology is iridescent and has a new light from every new technology, such as those we are concerned with today. We are especially fortunate today in having with us so many people who are so well informed, who are on the frontiers of these problems. We want to thank them. We want to thank all of you for this collaborative effort, and we hope that out of this will arise not only an illumination of this problem, but new opportunities, new tasks for the Library of Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boorstin. David Ladd, the Register of Copyrights, has played a central role in putting together this symposium. David is with us. David, do you have some remarks?
Thank you, Paul. I take it as my principal assignment to get out of the way as quickly as possible, having attended to some mechanical details so that we can get into the program after those very interesting and welcoming speeches that we've had. Congressman Kastenmeier and Senator Mathias have told you about the origins of the idea of a meeting like this, and everyone here in this room is fully aware of how difficult and numerous, and within the last 2 decades at least, how rancorous the debates about copyright policy have become. So we deemed it our purpose here to try to provide a symposium where people can get the long view, or at least as long as we are capable of, in terms of what the horizon is in terms of technological change, and what problems that is likely to pose in the adaptation of copyright to those technological change. To accomplish this, it was our purpose to invite here, both from the hardware and software industries and from the copyright industries affected, those people who could give us the full range, the full spectrum of opinion on these various issues, and to create a climate in which these issues were approached descriptively and analytically rather than polemically. And that's why in the letters of invitation that went out, we urged that those people who did participate come prepared to discuss the issues in that mode. And I simply want to remind you of how important that approach will be to the success of our meeting. In the end, you will judge how successful we and you and we together have been in creating that climate and getting a good result. In the meantime, I simply want to thank all of those people who have generously responded to our invitations, those from the industries which are providing equipment here for us to see and to see how it is used, from those of the industries who have interests at stake in the issues which we are to discuss, and above all, to those people on our own Copyright Office staff who work so hard and often under difficult circumstances to put this meeting together. I want to tell you also that this meeting is being videotaped. We do not know, we'll have to discuss later with the staffs of the committees how those tapes are to be used, but the entire proceedings here will be captured on videotape. Now let me lead you into the substantive program of this morning, and it's my pleasure to introduce Haines Gaffner, whom I met for the first time at this meeting. Haines is founder and president of Link Resources, Inc. It is a leading computer, communications, and information technology research group in New York. It serves 300 worldwide companies in their planning and implementation of projects which use the new electronic technologies. He has 25 years experience in the information industry, and we are going to be the beneficiaries of that experience this morning. Haines, will you lead us into an overview of this morning's program and sort of shepherd the work of the morning for us?
Thank you, David. Good morning. I was trying to figure my role in this as we serve these 300 companies, and it's kind of like when Henry of Portugal had Henry the Navigator there saying, I want to take this trip. He had to turn to a geographer and say, what's this going to do for Portugal? Are we going to make any money in it or not? So that's the role that Link and myself play, working entirely in the commercial arena. I know very little about the legal aspects of the copyright issue, and I'm not acquainted at all with what goes on in Washington and the problems that it takes to bring about the statutory change. My role is strictly to help companies that are creating these new technologies to exploit them in the marketplace and make money and not lose money. Because in this new electronic media arena, far more money to date has been lost than made. And my role this morning then is to take you on a tour of these technologies as a prelude to your hands-on demonstrations which are set up, and with all the electronics working, I'm sure that you'll be able to, in this 48 hours, have a lot of experience in trying these various devices. Also, I hope in an overview to define some of these technologies and put them primarily into some perspective. That is one of the toughest challenges in this field. I would say that during the 45 minutes that I'll be talking, primarily using slides because I think we're dealing with a number of complex subjects, and to put it into perspective, when you lay them out graphically, it's easier to get a picture of what we're talking about. I would encourage questions. I think that's why we're here. That's why we have a small group of us. We didn't want a Congress of 200-300 people. So if you want a definition of a certain technology or raise a question or something that's going on in your mind, that's the purpose of these meetings. Certainly today, less so than tomorrow when you get into the panel discussions. So anytime you want to interrupt me, if it's a question that's going to be answered in a slide a little later on, I'll just ask you to hold, but I'd like to try to take your questions as we go. I tried to put myself in your shoes with the responsibilities you have as Congress people in so many different subjects. How can you avoid getting caught up in the unfolding complexities of these technologies? And especially you're victim to what so many people are of the hype that the press gives to this whole field. They have a real relationship with direct broadcast satellite and personal computers, and every day there's 3 or 4 articles in the paper. It must be confounding. So I'd like to present 6 simple guidelines that I hope I will be able to put over in this tour. First, and this is going to be the hardest, but it's really has already been stated, that in your decision making that lies ahead and these difficult times that you've expressed, you've got to keep the focus on the content and the software and the intellectual property. All these terms are used synonymously. In fact, that's one of the problems with the new media, is that there's so many different terms that mean the same thing, and that's one of the reasons why I hope you'll ask as we go. Many people from different perspectives use different terms to just mean the very same thing. We happen to use the new electronic media as an umbrella term for what you use, new technologies. All of these are synonymous. But that as you listen, you've got to think simply of what will my decision-making and role be regarding the software or the content. Might sound simple, but the reason that it gets confusing is that the second point is that the change is all going on from the creation of the software on through the system. And the first major area of change, and this will keep going on, or turmoil, is in the conduit transmission distribution area. And I'm going to show you several slides up front that show from different perspectives that we're really talking about some basic characteristics that are common, and that it really is, once you've got the software, there's just a whole range of different ways to transmit it. Our company spends all of its time just analyzing in this area in the commercial arena. We're up to 35 people, and just as an explanation, you'll see some slides that say IDC on it. That's our parent company. Our parent group publishes such publications as InfoWorld, Computer World, about 50 publications around the world in this area. We focus on the research side of it, based in New York, but are totally dedicated to the new electronic media. Now, these are some of the systems that we will be talking about, some of the technologies you've heard about. And what I'm trying to say is, don't get hung up on these various systems, because they're going to be continuously changing. That rule number 2 is that you've got this area of transmission or distribution. If you can get a handle on the fact that all software is transmitted somehow, that's a good goal. The third rule is that after it's distributed, it has to be accessed by some device, a personal computer, a TV set, a video cassette recorder, so that there's all this turmoil going on in the access device, which we sometimes call equipment, sometimes call hardware, but that's the tool that is used by the individual to access it. So there's 3 things. You've got the software created, you've got the transmission, and the access device. And the turmoil is all occurring in the distribution and the access device, but it shouldn't really hamper your ability to focus on the software. This is one of the problems that you face, is that the venture capitalists and the people putting up the money are constantly trying to, stay behind the blade, but you having to do the laws also have that challenge, is because all of this turmoil is going on. You can't create a law too soon. And one area Dr. Boorstin mentioned, for instance, this cumulative effect. The problem with the cumulative effect is that many of these technologies are there for only a year or two and then die out because of some new one coming along, and some of them are actually foisted on the public, and you don't know it until they're out in the marketplace and the market doesn't respond. So another area to think about is when you talk about all the Bell companies, AT&T breakup, is the fact of separating in your mind national distribution via satellite and local distribution or local loop, which is the cable system. And you don't have, there's all these technologies take place either on a national basis or a local basis, and a lot of the fighting is going on in that arena. But if you can just come away from 48 hours of understanding that, that's another major rule area. The 5th one is, and this is tough, transmedia analysis. Okay, what's problem is, a person in the cable industry only thinks cable, and a person in personal computers only thinks personal computers. But what you've got to do as people with your responsibility is recognize that you're dealing with a total spectrum, and something happening here affects what's happening in another technology, so you've got to look at the whole arena. And last point is that you often hear the term convergence. These are all coming together. There's no doubt about it. And the problem with convergence is that it makes each of the individual parts transparent. So it's more difficult to see in looking at a TV screen something coming over it, understanding all of the various networks and systems and technologies that brought it there. Now let's take a look at this 2-year-old slide. I'll tell you today that only 2 of these are really successful so far in the marketplace. Now, we're an unbiased analytical company. We have no axe to grind, so things I say will not necessarily be agreed to by others. But the real winners here, the real winners are the video cassette recorder and the personal computer, which are over there broken out as standalone devices. Now, granted, both of them are now being used as access devices to systems, so you could say that they are even becoming one-way and two-way. When you put a modem on a personal computer, it becomes a terminal. But still, much of the growth of the PC that made it the hottest item the last 2 years has been the standalone software that you can use on it without even having to communicate over any transmission lines. And the video cassette recorder, you can rent these tapes, use these tapes, standalone, turn them back again, $2 a night. Now, the rest of these are all doing fine. Of course, we've all heard about the problems of cable. Videotext, which was formerly called viewdata, has not fully gotten off the ground yet. Online databases are growing at 15%, 20% a year. But many of the technologies you hear about come and go. Another thing to focus on is that these channels that you're looking at that are constantly changing have a number of applications they're involved with. And we're focusing today, one that was left off of here is we're looking primarily at education and information and entertainment. But you've heard a lot about home banking. The banks are getting very involved in exploiting these for transactional purposes. Ad agencies are trying to use these same channels to put advertising over them, etc. Now, one of the problems in Washington, from what I've heard about it, are the number of lobbying and interest groups that you face, and this just gives you an idea of the types of companies who are coming into this arena from various perspectives. Again, let's go back to those principles. You've got those companies on the left who create the intellectual property. That's the ones which I imagine, and I'm not an expert in your field, that you are primarily concerned with protecting. Then you have all of these various companies, very powerful companies like AT&T, GTE, the cable companies, the time-sharing companies. All of those companies are transmitting it. They don't really care that much about who's being paid what, as long as they can get it out to the user and be paid for it and make a profit doing it. And then you've got those companies, many of those you'll be using, that create the devices, the equipment. And they are often coming out of the consumer electronic arena, out of the computer arena. They're the ones you put your hands on and use them. I'm sorry, I don't know if you can read the, on the left here. Can you read that in the back? Because it's, unfortunately, that's, on this slide, that's the software, the intellectual property, so I'm going to read it quickly. Now remember my point about national and local distribution. That's the main purpose of this slide, is to get a handle that you have to have a good understanding of the differences generally between national and local, and then when you hear about a certain technology, you can think in your mind or ask the questions to the person you're talking to, well, is this a national or a local one? But over here on the left, and again, this is not changing so much, the software. We have new films, sports, information, news, education, music, culture, advertising, games, and messages. Okay, that's the software. That's keeps coming out by the creative individuals. But then how it gets through the system is where the problems come up that you face. And as you can see, in the national distribution, you have the electronic means of distributing it. But for standalone type of material, then you have they're in physical properties, and they move through retail stores or increasingly by mail order, advertising, direct response. And in the local outlet, then you have your local broadcasting affiliates, the cable systems who are working in a given environment, just like your in Fairchild County is now being wired. And then you have all of these various acronyms that you'll continuously get confused about, including etc. Now, let's go into your home. How many of you here today have a video cassette recorder at home? Okay, 50%. How many have a personal computer at home? About the same, 50% already. How many have a video disc player? Some real brave ones, okay. How often do you use it, Chris? Anyhow, remember the comment about convergence and transparency from the home user. Most people are not going to have, obviously, all these devices, and it really doesn't matter. The main application in the home is entertainment, and how that entertainment gets there. These are a variety of technologies that can delivery again, and a variety of access devices used, with the focus being on the TV set in this regard. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, unless I get questions from you going into specific definitions of these various terms. It gets too confusing, and I'm trying to maintain, although many of you would probably disagree, that that's not too important to understand each of these individual technologies. It's too confusing. And some are here today and gone tomorrow, and by the time you learn what it means, what does it really matter? What's important is to focus on the software and how the people are being compensated for getting that new good piece of entertainment to the user. I would like to say, though, if anybody does have any questions, I hope I don't give a 45-minute lecture. So if you have any questions, just speak out. Yes, please, just speak out.
Do you have this in print form? The slides you're showing us?
That's a good idea. David, I'd be happy to pull these together later on. We could do that on most of these slides. Excellent question. At least this, yes. We could provide, I think there'll be about 40, 50 slides that would help you later on in breaking these out. Now, these are, oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Any possibility you can go back to that distribution slide? You went through it so fast, it was really helpful. Yeah.
Now, I'm paid to sometimes make remarks that people don't like to hear, but let's face it, a lot of the communications, the ones that involved online, telecom, they haven't done as well as the physical stuff that's been able to move through the system in a cassette form or a diskette and then be used locally by the person who has a VCR or a PC without any tie to communications. And believe me, our whole company is built on watching the various communication technologies, but some of the real winners in this are the software that you plug in and get from a local store. So you cannot forget physical distribution as part of this scene, and that's really the success of the personal computer industry, is that they saw this and they exploited it. So since the personal computer is a major part of the discussion going on here and one of the toughest areas to protect the piracy of software, I picked two slides out just up front to show you that the same way of looking at it from author to user, even though we're not talking here about an electronic distribution system, we're talking about physical distribution, occurs. The author creates the software, and it's very much like, as many people have said, book publishing, and you'll be hearing from book publishers during the 48 hours. It moves through the channels to the distributor, through retail stores or other ways to the user. And the primary area of creativity that has made the PC software area boom, for instance, is really in the distribution outlets, even more so than in the creation of the basic products. You've got thousands of programs, but some of the ones that are most successful have been those that had good marketing and figured out that you had to use a lot of channels of distribution to get it out to the user, physical channels of distribution. And maybe some of the best software products might not even be known because they never got into the distribution channel, like we're going to see about Plato later on. Now, Plato, everybody knows from Control Data, invested $1 billion in trying to deliver it all electronically. But now they're coming around and we're going to see a demo on how it can also be delivered in a physical form. So companies are, but the problem is when you put it on a TV set that it all looks the same. Now, somebody might pick apart this, but I know you're concerned with these areas, so this is from our research in the marketplace shows how with personal computer software, the money is divided between the authors, distributors, publishers, and the retail store. Again, no electronic distribution involved in the booming PC software business, but common characteristics, again, as part of the whole same arena. Now here's a slide we just created a month ago because now with the breakup of AT&T, there's so much emphasis on all of the new communications markets. Cellular radio, paging, go down this list, things we didn't even hear about a year ago. Sideband, vertical blanking interval, satellite has been with us obviously a long time. Now I maintain once again, you can try to learn all these, and maybe you can have people on your staff who will learn what all these mean. I don't really think they're important for the challenge to you. You have to concern yourself with what's on the left here, what the information provider creates. It's going to go through the same transmission scheme. It's going to have a terminal or an access device, CRT meaning a cathode ray terminal, PC, personal computer, obviously. Now, a new problem that you face, however, is in the last one on the right, the storage, because this is where the user, as David Ladd pointed out in his excellent write-up in October '83 that were mailed to us, that now the user can store this so cheaply and he can make decisions to copy music. Now, you wouldn't care if your kid copied, Michael Jackson singing Thriller. But what about copying a movie? Well, the court right now, 5-4, says, okay, you can copy a movie. But then how about copying databases on your personal computer and then storing it locally? Nobody's paying royalties to the creator of the database, etc. So that there is so much new evolution going on in technologies on how to store this at your local access point and take it down, download it. You'll keep hearing about downloading. Okay, that gets very complex, and again, I sympathize with the challenge you have ahead, but you have to focus again on what's on the left and how the user uses it on the right, and not too much in between. Now, this is just taking a slide of the online database industry. This is Mead Data, Lexis, the New York Times Information Bank, Dun & Bradstreet Credit Information Online. We've all heard about these online databases. The Medline from the Department of Medicine. The government has many databases, but look at the same principles. Somebody creates the database. Somebody then distributes it through a transmission network to the user. We're just trying to get an overview of how this whole arena works. Or take videotext, which we've heard all about. Now, this is a slide that shows AT&T's master plan that was fought and challenged, and then, gosh, I can't remember if it was, but the government decided that AT&T could not go into electronic publishing for 7 years. Okay, well, the BOC, the Bell Operating Companies and others are now looking at how they can get into this somewhat. You'll hear more about it, but in effect, if you look over in this case to the right, there's where you have all the intellectual property created. And then it flows through the, in this case, AT&T system, and now you don't have to worry about that middle point, to the terminal. And there's a lot of evolution. All kinds of new terminals are going to be coming out that are going to be some in your kitchen for Atari Tel that are going to enable you to access video text separate from your TV set. All that change in terminals, again, shouldn't have to concern you too much, I maintain. Now, this talks about convergence. On the top, again, I'm sorry to show you so many slides, but that each one just makes hopefully a simple point. I'm not trying to have you try and grapple with all of the graphics of the slides. But this shows that a range of electronic information services shown across the top are really brought together through this video text type of distribution system or through the personal computer. And they become transparent. And that's really an area that you don't have to concern yourself, because you're really thinking about the person that creates the information that goes back behind those top area services. But it's one of the complexities that keeps coming up in your challenge. Now, I'm digging in now to a few areas specifically. I'm going to go about another 15 minutes, and then we're going to be introducing briefly 5-minute presentations by the people who you're going to go see the hands-on demonstrations before you go into the rooms in there. So I'm going to be giving a little preview of some of the technologies that specifically you're going to see. Are there any questions at all? I had hoped for a little more interaction, but maybe that's why you'll, in the demo rooms, etc., during the day, you'll be able to have that. In 1985, unbelievably, for the first time, the shipment of personal computers in magnitude will be greater than mainframe computers, which has been around for 30 years and has built the whole computer industry. And that's only a year away. Drama. Sounds exciting. The problem is, for you watching this personal computer industry, look at Commodore just finishes its best year, and the chairman quits, or president quits, Tramiel. And suddenly, the next week, everybody says Commodore's going to hell after they've just beat everybody out, beats off the pants of them. And the journalists come out and say Commodore doesn't have any future right now. I don't understand why they say that. Just because 4 people left, they've reached $1 billion in about 5 years. Take Texas Instruments. They were able to lose $800 million or something in 1 or 2 years in the personal computer business. Talk about the revolutionary dynamic forces beyond our control. And we who are not stockbrokers, finally Texas Instruments says we're getting out of the personal computer industry, and their stock goes up 50 points. I mean, it's hard to understand. You'd think if somebody admitted a huge failure, the stock could go down 50 points. Or take Lisa. Lisa really didn't go anywhere, but how much did we read about Lisa? Well, now they say that John Scully and everybody out at Apple are betting their whole company, and Stephen Jobs, he's got $1 billion in the bank, he's betting it all on Macintosh. Well, why is he doing that when Lisa didn't work? I don't know, but everybody says Lisa is revolutionary, it's going to change, and we'll ask the people over at IBM on Monday what they think about Macintosh. But, where will Macintosh be a year from now? Or take Atari. I mean, here's Warner Communications and Rupert Murdoch and all this confusion and $1 billion in losses, and they're trying to start a Atari-Tel, and the PC in the home is going nowhere, and then along comes IBM and Macintosh saying, we're going into the home where Atari's been for 4 years and lost $1 billion. I mean, the rules are not there. They are not there, and that makes it very complex. And again, you really can't follow all those week-by-week, month-by-month changes that will continue. You've got to focus again on how to protect the guy who creates the software. I mean, you're going to have 16 million of these devices at a minimum out in the hands of users. That's the only point of this slide by 1986, and probably most of you will have them in your offices and homes by then. This is true. That's why you face such a challenge. And this was already alluded to. The younger people understand it a lot better than we do in many cases. But talk about mass distribution of computer technology, it's happening. But remember that, stay behind that cutting edge blade. That's the problem you face is, as it all moves out there, a lot of it doesn't work. So this gives you just a few quick slides. These devices, the PC is being used in home and office. And let's just take a profile based on our survey. Here's the typical corporate user of a PC on his desk. But this is just right now because it's going to be all of us within 3 to 4 years. And here's the typical home user. Okay, I know I'm going through far too much in the way of slides, and I'm trying to keep my points simple. And yes, question, good. That's they now are coming out with new attractive packaging to encourage females to buy. I totally agree with you. How many? No, there's no doubt that from the surveys. Unfortunately, the PC at this point in time is one of those few areas left for male domination.
Yeah. Haines.
I'd rather not get hung up on the feminism problem on this, but that I brought it into my own home, and my son and I used it. My daughter and wife walked away from it. Yes?
I'm going to try to bail you out of this. May I suggest, the main purpose here, of course, is our conversation together. But please, when you speak, just give your name. You don't have to give your organization, so later on when we use the videotape. Now I've changed the subject.
Oh, I see. Because of the videotape, that's why they want it. Please.
Raise a gender-neutral question. There's one concept that seems central to much of what you've talked about, but which I've seen described in perhaps a half dozen different ways in the literature, the microprocessor. Can you describe briefly a unitary meaning of that?
Yeah, I was hoping somebody would ask that because the point here, I totally agree with you. That's the type of definitional thing that, within the 48 hours, because you got a lot of people here who can give you these definitions, but I in the early years, what was the difference between a PC and a microprocessor? Well, a microprocessor is really the electronic chip that does the job, and the personal computer is when you put it all together into the machine and it makes it work as a system. But that's a good question. And the terms micro and personal computer are used synonymously. Micro does not mean any longer microprocessor like it did before. So you don't really hear the term too much microprocessor used, but that's the electronic chip, and it's the electronic chip that is behind all of this change, really. It's what's going to make your telephone smarter, etc. That's a perfect question. I hope we'll get more like that because, yes? Okay, mainframes are computers used in computer centers in a company or a government office or a school, and they're primarily run to process data at that site and then sent back to the user, often in a printout form, or you might have a terminal, which is not a personal computer, that accesses the mainframe computer, and that's what the whole industry was built upon. Now, the personal computer is a decentralized personal device that you use at your desk or workstation or in your home. Yes. And, well, one other way, personal computers are generally $10,000 and under, and mainframes are really $200,000 and up.
In our office, we're using personal computers as the way you describe a mainframe. We're using networking off of, you put a hard disk on it, and you connect 3 or 4 personal computers together, and it's operating off of one.
No. Totally agree with you. That's the way the computer industry is going, and we'll have discussions on that tomorrow, and that's why companies like NCR, Burroughs, Univac, Control Data, and others that did not go fast into PCs are very worried, because really you only had the two majors, IBM and Digital Equipment, went early into the PC, and Wang, but the others lagged behind, and so therefore their main market is evaporating, and that you're asking the question that many people are, including those people who run computer centers, why should I stick with this big clunk and spend all that money? But there are a number of reasons why, which we don't have to get into today, and that both industries will continue to flourish. Again, this is just the results of an independent, our survey. I'm reporting the results, that there is no doubt that men take to these earlier. It doesn't mean in 5 years. It'll all change by the time you make your laws. It has to be a law, obviously, for everybody. Yeah.
When you use the term electronic chip, are you using it synonymously with semiconductor chip and microelectronic chip, or do those all mean the same thing?
I heard the last part, not the first part.
The term electronic chip.
Yes, I'm using them all synonymously.
For semiconductor
right.
chip? Okay.
Yes.
To make life easier for our cameraman, when you speak, do as Mike Remington just did, pull the microphone fairly.
Applications or functions today, and more functions are being created monthly. Again, I will be getting these slides to you so that I will make a certain point on a certain slide and then kind of move on before you have time to study it all. This simply shows that the size of the PC software market alone in 1987 will be about $7.5 billion. We predict that the online database business then will be about $3 billion. So it shows both of them were at about $100 million in size last year. They're growing at a tremendous pace. At $1 billion size in 1983. Now this gets into the problem that you face. There are so many producers of these software devices. Unlike the video software industry, that PC software has lent itself to thousands and thousands of authors, and one of the problems facing the book publishers who are with us is, how to sort out the good from the bad. Of course, you have all these youngsters making enormous profits if their rights are protected, but they're the ones that are helping make the industry go. And as I said, this slide just merely shows that unlike most of the new technologies, they came up with the concept of a variety of different channels of distribution, which really made the industry take off in a very short period of time. This simply shows that a number of book companies are getting in. I wouldn't bother looking at the details of it, but these are just other channels of distribution book companies are using. Primarily point is that it started off with yes, David?
I want to go back to the previous slide. Finish your sentence, and then let's go back to the previous
Okay, the point here is that initially you could look at a list of the 50 top software producers and they were all unknown names. Some of them have become important names today. But then the big companies are now moving in, and we have people from those companies here with us.
Okay, you're talking now about various channels of distribution of what, software products?
Yes, personal computer software products.
Okay, you may have said this before when I was out of the room. What is a systems house?
Again, I wouldn't, it's a computer industry term where they take a personal computer and they devise a software package for it that does a certain application, like say handles problems in a medical office, or that you might have, in your congressional office, you might have a software systems house come in and devise software for it. But it's not a very important part of the problem you face. It's really tailored packages, tailored software packages is a systems house.
Okay. On the next two arrows, I think this is minor. The distributors and retail stores are a part of the same channel.
Distributors refer to wholesalers. The wholesalers who take it from the manufacturer and then move it out to the point where the retail stores take over. They're part of the same channel.
Okay. And what is this ambiguous term over on the right, emerging channel?
Well, they have Tupperware parties where the ladies will go out and sell it locally, or now banks, Chase Bank is now selling software of all types to users in their home. And I saw E.F. Hutton, stockbroker, is now not only selling, they're selling 4 different types of, their registered representatives are selling 4 different types of personal computers and the software to go along with it. I mean, these channels are just coming out everywhere because everybody believes that, you know, where books used to play the primary role, or network television, that more and more in 5 years that PC software will be an increasingly important aspect of our lives. So, done with PC, let's go on. We're going to see when we're done here today, one of the early areas we're going to look at is the video area, broadcast cable, satellite, home entertainment information systems. Okay, so again, you're going to hear about a lot of different technologies. You've heard about them. It's not too important, I think, to learn what each of them mean. They're all competing, and each of them will eat up each other as time goes on, and they'll all take away broadcasting. And here's another way of looking at it. Why go through? I could tell you what all those acronyms are. They're, you can read about them in all the publications in the trade. But they all enable a video program. Largely, let's think of entertainment or Plato software. These are all ways that you can move this created video, the software you have to concern yourself with over here, to the user. Don't get caught up in the turmoil in between.
Haines, let's go back to that other slide. I think everybody here probably knows every term there except, and maybe everybody knows these terms, MDS, STV, and DBS. I think you better...
Direct broadcast satellite, which the journalists love, which we happen to think is not going very far, very fast. And the other two are also just transient technologies. Multi-point distribution system and subscription TV, they're here for a while, but they won't be that important. But again, the problem with learning what one of them is it can be gone. Yes, sir.
Following up on that, I think it is important, not that you should take time at this point to explain, but I will say that members of Congress, if they're members of the Commerce Committee or our Committee on Intellectual Property, need to know what each one of those the theory behind each one of those, and because they are all part of various legislative proposals, one way or the other, and it isn't enough to say that we should be interested primarily in the creation of material. We also have to learn about all the rest of it, the method and the usage. In this connection, may I advert to earlier, you mentioned the term convergence, even as the last slide devoted itself to multiple channels of distribution. Is this an example of convergence, that is to say, where you have multiplying methods of reaching that converge on a single, ultimately a single terminal, whether that is a television set or a personal home computer? Or what is the term convergence?
First point, it's very important. The boss has spoken. So that takes this 48 hours to learn those. I was trying to be somewhat simplistic, and I apologize for that, and I'm glad that you spoke out, because that's why you have all these demos here. So God bless you if you can learn all of these. I think it's terrific. All I was trying to say is if you only have some time, and I know that some 5 or 10 people that are going to be responsible for these laws weren't able to make it to the symposium, they're going to have an even harder time. If you can only focus some time, I meant look at both ends of it and don't get too caught up in the middle. But thank you for correcting that point. Now, convergence, this really shows a variety of different types of video distribution systems that to the user, when it comes out as Star Wars on his screen, could all be done the same way. In other words, Star Wars could really be delivered in any of those ways to the user's screen. So it just shows the variety of different delivery systems that you have to contend with. And I will now refrain from saying don't learn them, but that, you've got to try and learn. And that of these at any one time, I guess what's important is to, at any one month, because it's not only a year, you have to know which ones are the 2 or 3 most important ones to concentrate on, okay? Remember low power TV and all the talk in Washington, all the licenses? I mean, what if you had spent a few hours or days learning what LPTV means? It's gone nowhere. I don't know how much time you have to look at them.
Well, I know that you cannot possibly devote yourself to an explanation of each, and that wasn't the purpose, but it is the case that each of these commonly is the subject of some sort of congressional inquiry.
And lobby
at some point
group.
in time.
Yeah, and lobby group, I know, it's tough. So I think that as much as possible learn them. Now, what is convergence? Convergence is usually meant when you have the computer industry coming from here, the TV industry coming at it from here, the consumer electronic industry from here, all aimed at providing the same type of application to the user, and then all coming together at the TV set, and a variety of technologies are accomplishing the same thing. Like take videotext, which we've heard about, delivering text information over the screen. Much of that has been the rug pulled out from under because the personal computer came along and delivered the same thing in software. So now today, you look at somebody selling a videotext system and you see a piece of PC software that isn't even communicating. They look like they're doing the same thing for you. That's the convergence of all these technologies that's occurring. Please.
Haines, John Hardigan from Sony. I was just going to suggest that you might want to redesign your slide slightly in the area of video cassette and video disc, because they're not only part of the delivery system, but they are the end product.
You're right. Right. You could do that.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is the point of this the transience and ephemeral nature of these different intermediate technologies? I'm not quite clear on what the main point is of this particular slide. What's the moral of it?
One of the ways to look at it is there are a number of ways to skin a cat. That's all it's saying. Now, what are the implications of that? There's only so much capital in America that can be invested in each of these new technologies. So the ones that get the most capital are liable to be the ones that are written up the most and that you hear about the most. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do the best job of delivering Star Wars to the consumer at the best price, and also to help the person who created Star Wars. Another point is that with so many different ways to skin a cat, that you're going to have a number of these that are transient, and that will just continue, because first you had MDS and then you had multi-channel MDS, and it just goes on and on and on. And that to follow these and try and figure out what they're going to accomplish becomes a very difficult task. So in a sense, I'm agreeing with the whole purpose of this 48 hours, and this show is intended to show the complexity of what you face. And one of the problems I would submit is that if you take the time to learn each technology, and as you're about to maybe pass a law, and I don't know how laws are passed, and then a new technology came out the week you were going to go in and talk about it that changed everything, where are you going to be? So that I think that too much focus on the individual channels can destroy the concept of what you have to aim yourselves toward. But again, I'm not a policymaker at all. I'm only speaking more from a commercial viewpoint. Yes, sir.
I think following up on Congressman Kastenmeier and why it's important to look at these different technologies and what you mean by convergence. I've understood it in a slightly different way. For example, today, you can't think of the telephone as simply a voice communication. A telephone can also deliver a TV signal, or it can deliver text. And the same thing could be said for a cable can deliver text, it can deliver different kinds of
applications, right.
That's what we mean by convergence, yet the reason why Congress has to focus on the convergence is that each of those areas are regulated in different ways. Publishing is regulated in one way, yet if the telephone is publishing and is being regulated by the government in another way as a common carrier, convergence is destroying the regulatory boundaries in the way that the public policy has been built around these different media. And the second reason why you have to understand this area in the middle is that copyright, and just in the area of copyright, while you're trying to protect the intellectual property over here, many of the economic forces in the middle here are owners of the software program. I mean, there's a convergence of ownership across this spectrum. So there are a lot of questions about when you offer copyright protection, you're giving control. Are you giving control to author, or are you giving control to network television or a cable system? There's a lot of...
I think your point is very well taken, and it's the problem of trying to do an overview, and probably I should just stick to doing the overview and not make any points about what's trying to be done with the overview. And I will withdraw any side comments and try to just finish up by showing what it is. And the main reason that you have this 48 hours and that after I'm finished, you go on to the hands-on demonstrations in each of these areas is to accomplish exactly what you wanted and Congressman Kastenmeier wanted, and that is to make sure that you do understand these as much as possible. My job, though, is to have to just provide a few simple guidelines to some people as to the relative importance of some of this field, because it's with 35 people at Link, we certainly can't keep up with it all ourselves, and we spend 100% of our time on it. So that's the only point I'm trying to make, is that if a few simple guidelines, but that, yes, you have to learn these. I agree with them, and that's why we're all here.
I think you have another problem as well. For instance, we're dealing in an area of now trying to define computer crime. And we have some statutes on the books, both at the federal and state levels, which computers have been identified. That technology is only a few years old, and yet the computer crime statutes don't apply any longer to much of the new technology. And we are now searching for ways to legally define what a computer is. Now, when you talk about personal computers, you're talking about the delivery of text and other things, where a few years ago, computers were basically arithmetical devices.
Right.
And it's a whole new ballgame, and unless you can anticipate, to some degree, all of the various technologies which are coming online and talk in broad general terms and describe as much of you can under the umbrella of the law, what will happen is a new technology will come along, not fit precisely, according to some court, in the definition of what you've done, and you have a whole new aspect to go back and change the law with again. And that's what we're facing now.
Thank you. I must say in that regard that I found, again, the yellow publication of David Ladd that was that sent out to everybody, Michael? Oh, what he tries to say there, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he tries to say we must transcend these various changing technologies into a solution to this problem that won't have to have happen what you just described. And I would hope that might be distributed. Granted that the whole piece is not important to these people because it was written for a different body, but the part that talks about the problems that I'm discussing and how you have to transcend that in a solution so you don't keep having to go back and look at a new technology, I think is very important. And that's really probably all I'm trying to say. But I will move on. These are various video software services that are created. These are pieces of intellectual property. There's a great amount of innovation going into this area. However, remember that much of this was talked about 4 or 5 years ago before the PC software industry even started. So the video software industry, all that original programming for cable really never happened. Because maybe one of the reasons is that the PC came in so fast and grew so rapidly, and that the VCR machine is primarily used to look at movies that you rent at the local store. Anyway, this is still an industry that you have to consider, and it certainly will keep growing. These are some of the types of suppliers of video software. Now, again, notice the common characteristics when you get into video software, very similar to the chart I showed you on the personal computer software. And even though we're talking here primarily about physical distribution of this software for people to use in their VCR, it's also, video software is also, of course, broadcast over cable systems and network. Yes?
I think you said early on that the physical distribution methods have been more successful than the electronic distribution methods in both video and personal computer software. Do you anticipate that that trend will continue?
That's a very good question.
You can answer it later.
It's a very good question. It really hinges very much on the problem you people face, in that what has happened is that because of the success of the distribution physically of video and personal computer software, people have come up with new ways to download it. Now, these ways of downloading it become a new type of mass piracy. And that's what could destroy the success of it.
Would you let me interrupt and just ask what you mean by downloading?
Yes.
That's something
Yes,
I don't have any idea what
Right.
you're talking about.
Thank you very much. Michael left, but David, I might run a little longer, but I think that some of this does help set the stage for the 48 hours, I would hope. And if anybody disagreed with my definitions, who are people from the, people who are here to help us define these matters, tell me. But in a simple term, if Star Wars is shown on NBC as a movie and you record it on your VCR, in a sense it's been downloaded to your VCR. That's one simple way of, that's just a new term. Okay, you recorded it, but it's been downloaded.
Is that then synonymous with copying?
Yes, yes, except.
Why then do we invent
Okay,
a new word, you know?
Okay. The main reason that the term downloaded has come up is that copying, as I just gave, was a simple definition, but now you have new commercial schemes whereby people will get hold of a piece of software, either video or personal computer, and then through a pricing arrangement with the person who has the VCR device with a decoder or the personal computer with a decoder, they will download it on a one-time basis, and a fee arrangement is involved in it. This has great danger to hurting the people who created the intellectual property unless their rights are respected vis-a-vis the people who are doing the downloading. This is also true in the database field, where you now have a personal computer, you can sign on to a database, and instead of paying the normal royalties, you can pull that database down onto your personal computer and store it locally, use it as you wish locally without paying the royalties. Chris, do you want to say something?
Well, my name is Chris Burns, and I hope this mic is working.
It is.
The downloading phrase really applies to the people who sign on to a database. If you think of a database of all the stock prices for the last 5 years, and you sign on, and for $50 an hour you can research the stock prices or the changing currency values for any segment of the economy. What some people do is conduct a search of that database. And normally the database publisher expects you to be looking at this data on the screen as it responds to your search. But what downloaders do is record the data as it comes over the screen. They record it into their own private database so that the next time they want to search the database, they don't have to sign on again.
Now, what does that add? What does downloading add to the concept of copying? It seems to me
Well,
more intelligible if we use that word, isn't it?
It isn't.
Copying is done on a mass basis, and downloading is generally done on a kind of a point-to-point basis. That is, somebody has an arrangement, and then it's released, and a fee is paid. But I agree totally with what Chris just said, but it is broader than that also, because it happens in the video software field, in the new ABC TeleFirst project in Chicago, which is the first time you have IDAC is, right, is going to talk about downloading also of software.
I think the problem really needs a great deal more attention and concern than you can handle in an overview.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
It's basically putting enough intelligence in the receiving unit, so where the actual copying occurs and where the reproduction occurs, so that you can begin to get legislative control of it.
Gene, good point. Gene's he has a whole demonstration on downloading here at IDAC, and virtually every one of the demos that you will see today can do a certain amount of downloading, but remember that it's more than copying, because it has to do with the pricing arrangement. Copying you usually think of doing free, but there is definitely a pricing arrangement, and the problem is in getting the money from the person the organization that's downloading, to getting that money into the hands of the creator of the intellectual property.
Can I just make, I think some of us are confused, but I think that downloading is slightly different than copying in the sense that you've paid for the right to have this brought up on your own personal screen.
Yes, thank you.
At that point in time, you have it there. You haven't in fact copied it. When you bring it into your own database on a permanent basis, you really still haven't copied it because it already was there. These are very, very legal technicalities which prevent us now from enforcing some of our existing laws.
You're right.
You still haven't copied it because it was sent to you legally. You've just retained it rather than copying it. You haven't reproduced it. You've just retained it. Now the situation occurs that when you reuse it again, or you transmit that simultaneously or thereafter to someone who uses it off your base, have you copied it? That is really, and I think downloading presupposes the secondary use, copying presupposes the secondary use or the simultaneous rebroadcast somewhere else, whereas downloading, in essence, is the taking of that material which was sent to you appropriately and keeping it instead of just shutting it off and having a blank screen, theoretically then returning it back to the original sender. That's what downloading, I think.
Thank you.
I apologize for having asked the question.
I don't think you should.
Haynes? It's one of the areas that comes up I don't care if you're involved in a group of people who spend all of their careers in this industry, this is constantly today now having to be defined, so I think you were very correct in asking it now, because you will hear a lot about it in the next 48 hours, but the worst aspect of it is it's going to be one of the complexities that you face, I think one of the toughest areas that you face in your reasoning.
Haynes, can I just suggest that, again, it is complex.
Yes.
But we have to stop thinking about the prior nature of contracts between a publisher and an ultimate user, and we have to assume that electronics and whatnot give us the capability of arranging individual relationships, contractual relationships, which can be monitored.
Good point. Tony?
Tony Behrman from the National Commission. One other important point about the difference between downloading and copying is the type of use made of downloaded files. In many cases, they are integrated with other information. They may be reused, put into different numeric data. They may be integrated with reprint files that the individual has, but they're used frequently more than one time and integrated with personal databases as well. So I think it's another dimension of the complexity.
Thank you. And you'll have a lot of chance to learn more about that in the demos. I'm going to just give you a couple forecasts. This just shows that the video cassette recorder has to be one of the most exciting new devices ever created for the use of individuals. It almost could have that same glorious definition that I gave earlier on the personal computer. It really does change the way of life in a family if you think about it in your own home. And it will continue to grow. I think its growth is still in its early stages.
I might just want to break in here to follow up on that most recent remark. This is Ted McIrvin from Xerox. There's one element that looms large, I think, in the aspect of copyright that hasn't been touched on, and that is not only protection of the rights of an author in terms of compensation, but also the rights of the author in terms of protection of the integrity of that which he has created. And the reference that was just made about the use of downloaded material, I think, touches right on this, and that is that anything that is provided in an electronic medium is therefore subject much more easily to modification, and by that modification, perhaps a violation of what the author originally intended. So it's another aspect of the copyright problem.
I can see 2 years from now having a symposium alone on downloading. That's the problem, because it does transcend both databases, it's into software, PC software, in virtually all of these areas. And your question earlier about that's what started this partly, yeah. Your question about the problems of the future of physical delivery, the easy answer to that would have been yes, physical delivery will grow increasingly along with communications. However, it's this downloading that could affect that. I guess we better move on. This just shows some of the VCR companies. Now, we've heard enough about the VCR. This is an older survey, but we don't think it's changed very much. If you really look at the main use of the video cassette recorder, it's still what they call time switch. That is, for the convenience of the family. These ratios haven't changed very much over the year. I know this has been brought out in all the Betamax talk. The disc, we will see some of it.
Too fast.
Okay, but that other one, the only point was it is really, okay, I'll leave it on it. I thought I just concluded this slide because of the Sony case. These ratios pretty much hold up, and that will be included in the slides that we send to you. You hear
whose survey is that?
You hear a lot about the video disc. We'll hear about the disc being used as a storage device this afternoon. In the entertainment area, the disc has been, unfortunately, not as successful at all as people had anticipated. We're going to hear also this morning about compact disc, or digital audio, a very new, exciting new development in the recreation of music using a lot of the same technology that comes out of the video disc.
Can I ask you a question? The video disc was one of the video disc recorder, player. It's one of the bigger bombs of the electronic industry over the last few years. But now with the advent of, what do they call that, video rock, or those MTV and whatever, now they're putting them on the discs, which generally tended to be cheaper than tapes. Do you foresee those disc players coming back?
No. I see the MTV type of video rock being still more on some type of a cassette delivery, because there's just not enough disc players. Here's our forecast. The bottom one shows the growth of disc players. There's just not enough disc players out there to make it worthwhile for the software producers to put it in disc form. So it'll be more in cassette form. This shows your yellow is the TV homes, and you can see rather slow growth, really, when you think about it, the blue being the cable converter in the home, and the much more rapid growth of the VCR device, and little growth in the disc.
Quality better on the disc than it is on the tape?
Today, but with all the money being made by the companies in the tape area is being put back into technology, and that'll continue to improve. Like people say, when we hear today, we're going to hear a compact disc. But one of the reasons that they say the compact disc might be ready is because of the Walkman. This follows Dr. Boorstin's comments about, I wrote it down, the cumulative effect. I mean, we all had stereo in our home, and then along came the Walkman, and we all listened to it like this, and so we now upgraded our expectations for what we want to hear, and then now along that paves the way for compact disc, which we're going to hear about. So I think that the cassette will continue to improve. So main point here, yes, please.
I'd just like to make two quick observations about the disc. One is that it's growing at a very high rate, as you see on your graph, about the same as video cassettes, a little bit less, but approximately 3 times over that same period. Second of all, it's now being connected to the personal computers, and when thought of in applications of as a peripheral device, and a storage medium for digital information as well as video, I think you're going to see a big change in that point of view that was just taken about the lack of success of the disk.
I think the lack of the success of the disk is primarily aimed at, like he said, at the RCA disk effort and the Pioneer, that those have not paid off. We're seeing new applications of the disk this afternoon and in the demos here. This effectively shows the problems cable has and the relatively slow growth ahead, albeit still it's one of the great successful industries if you look over 50 years of America, but it is being impacted by these other technologies. These, of course, are some of the leading cable system owners. We have a variety of methods for delivering cable, and we're going to be getting into satellite shortly. And remember that cable is a transmission system as opposed to a creator of the software.
I don't understand that.
Okay.
What are you trying to show us?
Okay.
The various kinds of input into CATV systems as a source of programming?
The various ways that the cable head end can receive programming to play to the user. And the cable system being, again, getting back to the national versus local, is a local delivery system. Okay? Again, the point on cable is that we hear so much about cable, it is a transmission system. It's not the ultimate equipment device, nor is it involved in the production of the software.
Okay, but on the lower left-hand side where you have cable syndicator, what do you mean there? Cable networks? Like CNN?
Yes.
ESPN?
Yes.
Now, right below that, what do you mean by U.S. mail? That you mail prints
No,
of
you can
cinematic
mail a
works?
video cassette to a local player, and it's just various ways that cable companies get their programming. But the main, of course, the big breakthrough was in '74, of course, when the satellite came along, and that's what, the satellite is what really sparked a whole range of new developments in the cable arena, and that's what brought about all of these various pay-tier services. But remember, the satellite, as you hear about it, is a national or international delivery system, which then is fed into local delivery systems. But it's changed the whole dimensions of the copyright and technology problems and made cable the industry that it is today, and created all of these new types of networks that bring you a variety of programming on a national basis, and in effect these networks compete very much with the VCR programming, the disc programming. They're part of the same spectrum.
Wait a minute, go back to that. What is the difference between pay units and pay households? Reflects the fact that some households
I can
have
give you an
more than
answer, but I
one-
think we've got one of the world experts in all of this who helped create it with us. So Gus, why don't you give the answer to that?
Yes, the distinction is between households taking one pay service and those taking more than one pay service, and the cumulative effect of that is pay units, so that some households may take one or two pay units and some only one.
So if I'm taking at home Cinemax and HBO,
You've got two units.
Two units.
you count that as 2 units, right?
Right, exactly. I was interested in your comment that cable is growing slowly. I think it's perhaps growing as fast as the cable operators can physically connect to customers, at the rate of about 350 to 400,000 new subscribers a month. And no one in the industry regards that as slow. They're having their teething problems accomplishing that phenomenal growth as it is.
There's no doubt about it. The cable industry, by definition, with a heavy infrastructure that has to be laid, is one that cannot grow possibly as fast as something like the personal computer industry that came from nowhere in 3 years and became the type of industry that it is. Cable industry is something that will continue to grow through the rest of this century and increasingly play an important part in our life, no doubt about it. This does show that
Excuse me, can I follow up on that? Isn't
Yes.
there a very big problem now, because although the growth is going as fast as they can lay cable, Isn't there a reality that with the advent of the satellite transmissions, the ultimate necessity for cable TV is being slowly reduced because many people in concert, for instance, right here in this area, new construction by home builders or condominium builders can in fact allow for the investment of sufficient capital to buy an earth station to bring down from satellite that which would have been provided by cable. And the people building these condominiums or large tract housing can in fact run their own companies. They no longer need cable to deliver the same service. They can now get off the satellite by a small investment for an earth station and wiring directly in their own complex.
All right, I have that's called SMAT-V or SMA-TV, Satellite Master Antenna TV. I'll have a slide on it in just a moment, even though
Isn't that depressing ultimately?
Well, that is one of several technologies. I mean, Link feels strongly that the cable industry, and Gus won't agree probably, but this is why we're all here in a 48, thank God we've got 48 hours, is that the cable underestimated the impact of the video cassette recorder. I think once you buy a VCR in the home, there's less need any longer to have a cable set in your home. And that's probably hurt, that's a very simplistic statement, but that's probably hurt the growth of cable more than all of the other competing technologies along. And I point that out because, again, the video cassette is a standalone device. It's a lot cheaper to run. You're not having to hook up cables. And after all, they're now experimenting with downloading over broadcast directly to your video cassette recorder without having to lay a cable. But it is that, you're right, there's a number of technologies that cable came along because of the cumulative effect Dr. Boorstin mentioned earlier.
I would just comment in broad perspective on that issue that after you look at all the competing technologies, and there are many, whether it's SMA TV, satellite master antenna systems, or VCRs, or direct broadcast satellites, I think those in the cable industry feel very strongly that cable will compete very handsomely with all of these technologies because, after all, it is the most efficient and most effective and widespread delivery system for information of all kinds. I'll skip the details of that.
And Gus will be on a panel tomorrow and will be here as one of the pioneers in that industry for us to talk to, drinks, dinner, etc. I'm going to go very fast. We are negative, I'm going to have to wind up in 2 minutes. We are negative basically on the growth of direct broadcast satellite, which you hear so much about. When you take all of the available market, we see going way over to the right that there's only about 7% of TV households in America that really become a viable user of direct broadcast satellite, despite all of the talk and billions of dollars that's going into it. This is what our gentleman here talked about on SMA TV. This is a very good description of how he just described apartment houses can eat away at the local cable systems. But cable systems like in Virginia, where Media General is wiring Fairfax County, they're now going into this same business and are wiring apartment houses as part of their installation within a whole community. So I think the cable industry is overcoming that.
Here's where you have the legal problems that some of us are concerned about. There's been lawsuits aplenty about apartment complexes, et cetera, and the owners of the real property refusing easements to lay the wire, and because they want to run their own SMA TVs. And this is a situation that, you know, they anticipated these revenues and paid franchise fees and developed areas based on this, and now they're being hit with this kind of competition that they never anticipated. Now they're asking for relief. Frankly, we have bills in front of us in Congress for relief for this. And it looks to me like this is a real case of unfair competition based upon the failure of an industry to maybe even be able to physically anticipate.
I totally agree with the problem. I'd rather not get into a discussion of it. I think it's very difficult, but hopefully during the 48 hours we can get into more detail of that, and I would think tomorrow you'll find the panel has to address themselves to your point. Very good point. And those have powerful lobby groups working on you. I know how it is. These are local cable systems are all coming together also, which makes it even more complex. I won't get into that, called Cable Internet Connects. This is kind of an overview then about the problems as I come to a conclusion here on these various technologies on what cable faces today.
Don't go too fast.
No, I wanted to see what was next.
I know you're pressing, and
No,
we're
I wanted to see if I could end on that.
What is telco competition?
Telephone companies. Now I have a whole area that I'm going to skip, but that one of the biggest problems you face, we don't all have to, have one more time of Timothy Worth and all that he battled over the last 3 or 4 years in the AT&T divestiture. You've heard enough about it, but it has a major impact on this field and makes it very, very even more complex, because those individual 7 companies plus AT&T are very, very powerful companies with a lot of clout, money, brains, technology, and they're going to be fighting in this whole arena, and we just haven't even begun to hear about them yet. But that's but that's going to be the telcos being in there are another threat to the cable companies, because some of them are even trying to get into the cable business. This slide simply goes back to that one rule, simple rule of thinking about the local versus national distribution, and the local being the telephone lines and the coaxial cables, and the national ways of distribution being satellite, microwave, and fiber. So I'm going to, as we look at that slide, now this is a good slide to end on. Okay, that shows again the complexities that you have in these new communication arenas. Okay, this also shows the looking intercity or national and those that are involved, and looking in the local loop. And most of these technologies are either in one of those areas or another. That's another basic principle. That was and so I'd like to, as we look at this slide, just review again what sometimes has been a rather haphazard presentation, and it is far too simplistic for the complex decision-making ahead for you. The 6 points again, one of them being make sure you understand the geographic mix of national versus local. It has a lot to do with how you look at each technology. That you basically are focusing on the software production, and in the middle areas you're looking at turmoil in the means of distribution, and in the terminal device, the access device. That's where the turmoil is going on, and where you have to keep track of each of those on their own. But as you do that, don't look at any one technology on its own. You have to see it as part of this whole mix of the new electronic media. And that the final point then is that the convergence of all these technologies, and that convergence is often transparent, is another complex point that you have to keep in mind, because many of the forces at work are aiming toward the same goals, which converge in, say, one type of presentation on your video screen. You have a point? Yes.
Are these slides you've shown available in printed form that we can carry away?
Not today, but I will be supplying them to David Ladd, and he will then send them on to the participants. He will know who they are. But at the same time, if any of you have a business card that you could give to me I'll be here the next 2 days, I will make sure that we mail those directly to you if you have that need, if you could just give that to me. But so in conclusion, on the convergence, again, that's why we are all here. That's why we've converged for this 48 hours, is to come away with more than we came with, and try to cut through some of this. And I hope that this is only an initiation of that process, this presentation this morning, and that as we go now into the hands-on demonstrations by the various companies who have been kind enough to come here, that we will clear up even more of the confusion which addresses this whole field. Thank you. Explaining what you're going to see will be helpful. The first presenter will be Don Devine from Trilog.
Good morning, folks. The most valuable piece of intellectual property I own is my good name. Since coming here, a number of staffers have pointed out to me that there may perhaps be someone at OPM who is tarnishing my image slightly. In any event, I'm totally unrelated to that other Don Devine, and hopefully you will remember who I am. We're going to do a demonstration that relates to computer programs. Now, that's a kind of software which is a little different than some other software that we've been talking about here this morning, in that it's aimed not at a human being, not to educate or not to please a human being, but it's aimed at instructing a computer, a machine, in how to do work. That work might be to run a game, or it might be to run a spreadsheet or to do an accounting system, but yet it's work. And so the key item here is that computer software is an engine for improving productivity in America, because the computers are worthless without the software. And it may be one of the most important things for us to face up to. How are we going to make computers able to help us improve productivity in America in the next decades? In order to do that, we're going to have to make sure that people are properly rewarded and encouraged to build computer software, which means they need a certain amount of protection. If any of you have children who are 11 or 12 or 13 years old, or nieces or nephews or grandchildren, there is probably someone in your family actively engaged in software piracy. Now, that may sound like a terrible indictment. I'm a leader of a Boy Scout troop, and after the scout meeting one night, I saw these boys over in the corner just getting together, having a little bull session, talking with each other. And I went over and said, "George, Bill, what's going on?" And they were passing diskettes back and forth. And I asked what was happening, and they said, well, Charlie here, he buys all of the latest games for his Apple computer, and we all have Apple computers at home, so every week we give him a couple of blank diskettes, and he copies these games for us. This is an interesting dilemma for a scoutmaster. It's an interesting dilemma for a senator, a member of the House of Representatives, who might find his own children or grandchildren or nieces or nephews illegally copying software. The Betamax decision may have indicated that this is acceptable behavior if it takes place in the home. We are going to show you how easy it is to copy software, including that software in which the manufacturer has invested heavily to keep you from being able to copy the software. We're going to show you how you can go to the local computer store and buy a product for $50, which will let you break the copy protection of almost any piece of software that exists. We're going to show you a piece of software today, and we're going to let you actually sit down at a computer and run it yourself. A piece of software which says, if we can't crack the code of some product that you bought, send it to us, we'll crack it and send it back to you within 30 days. This is a serious problem of what is acceptable behavior. I'm concerned with it in the home. I'm more concerned with it in business, in the universities, in government, everywhere where we're looking at productivity tools. We're looking at improvements in American productivity, and we're looking at building in America an outlook today which says it is acceptable behavior to pirate this software. When these guys move on, they start working for the big companies of America, they're going to continue to pirate software. So it's a major concern. What we're going to do is we're going to show you how it works, and we'll be talking more about it in one of the panel discussions tomorrow.
I've been asked again by the people running the system, if you have questions, to identify yourself, because apparently the questions aren't being captured. Next speaker, or at least to introduce Bill Toski from VisiCorp. Bill here? Okay, he's probably back in the demo room, but as you know, VisiCorp is one of the early pioneers in the building of personal computer software, or the publishing of it with VisiCorp now has a whole range of software on the market, and as you can see, his demonstration is going to be very useful in that regard, in a better understanding of the copying problems that publisher of software faces. I think that most people feel that the PC industry really started about 4 or 5 years ago when the Apple computer came out along with VisiCalc, which was the financial spreadsheet which was pioneered by VisiCorp. Next then is Pat Wilson from North American Philips, one of the leaders in this whole area of the Home Entertainment Information Center. Pat?
Just a quick rundown of what we're going to show and so forth. Before I do that, I think it's important to, before we tell you where we're at, is to just review quickly where consumer electronics has come from. And I think in the 20s, 30s, and 40s was the age of radio. The 50s was the age of black and white television. The 60s was the age of audio. The 70s was the age of video, video cassette recorders, solid-state color television. The 80s, digital age emerges. In the 90s, solid-state digital recording age is what we see coming. Also, it's I guess proper to say that all our companies are looking at the computer in the home. We're looking at the marriage of where the computer and the TV, I say the TV, but what I'm really saying is the audio-video wall that we're going to demonstrate shortly after this meeting, and coming together with a computer. Those three items, we think, and we're working on, are going to change drastically the quality of life that we all see in our own homes. Just looking back at the chunks of time where it was decades when we measured progress in technology for for consumer electronics, I'd like to just go back and look at product highlights from '72 down to today. And in '72, you had the first home VCR, the first home video game, '73, the solid-state color TV, giant screen projection TV, '75, the CB radio, '76, the first microprocessor video game, and push-button color TV tuning. In '77, the VCR market emerges. Home color TV, VCR cameras are introduced and are a separate market from VCR. Personal computer market emerges. '78, home projection TV established. Home telephone market emerges. Video disc marketing begins. '79, first home computer introduced. '81, portable VCR and cameras established as a new market. '82, component TV systems, receivers and monitors make their entrance. Voice synthesis, talking products, talking microwave ovens, talking TV sets when you enter the home. '82, component, I covered that, voice synthesis. 1983, the compact disc, which we're going to show you, which is really the first digital, this little baby here, which is like a miniature version of the video disc. Our people say, our marketing people say that if you blew this, the pits that are encoded on this one side, if you blew it the size of a football field, each pit would still be no larger than a grain of rice. And my friend, our colleague from Sony, mentioned to us last night that every man, woman, and child in the United States and their home address could be covered on a disc. We'll be showing this, and we'll let you play it and feel it and bite it. Also, other things in '83 are the high-performance compact projection TV, which we'll show, liquid-cooled, and so forth. Other developments in '83 are these new camcorders, which are the combination VCR and cameras in one. I guess you might have read where Kodak introduced an 8mm. There's also a Beta movie and another one, a VHS Hi-Fi, which is coming on, and a VHS video movie. In '84, we see a whole generation of new picture tubes coming on that are going to change the look of the TV sets. Projection TVs are going to change drastically, where they'll be better than color TV. Digital TV and digital everything is coming in '84 and '85. I guess having had a little background in the commercial side, industry side of electronics, we used to talk in terms of the rate of change, and I think today it's the rate of change. We've seen, just by running through the background, that things used to take decades, then they took years,
Now they're taking months, and we're seeing weeks. And we've had examples where a product was introduced, and before it was actually in the marketplace, it was obsolete. And that's the kind of things that we're seeing. And in consumer electronics, I think we used to be the tail end. We used to be the caboose of the train, and now we're no longer that. Technology's helped us come right straight from the R&D lab right into the consumer field. We don't have to wait till industry gets a hold of it. It just doesn't happen that way anymore. It's occurring very, very rapidly. And my colleague, Rich Hostler, will be demonstrating the products in the boardroom, right, Rich? In the boardroom down next to the D&C rooms. And if we can answer any questions at that time, we'd be glad to. And if you'd like to come up and try any of the units yourself, we'd more than welcome it.
Those three gentlemen represented, as you can see on the chart, the Home Computers and Electronic Entertainment Center section. The second arena is Broadcast, Cable, and Satellite, and I'd like to introduce first John Sabio from SatTech. We've all seen, we saw the large type of satellite dish receivers in one of the slides. These come at various sizes, all the way down to those tiny ones that will go in the home. Here's John.
Distinguished guests of honors of Congress, ladies and gentlemen, due to remarkable advances in communication and recent laws, we have 300 channels of television programming now available to us direct from satellite, with 100 channels 24 hours a day. That is for television programming, computer data, 150 radio stations, and telecommunications. Like for now, a lot of hotels are getting into teleconferencing. We have educational channels, music channels, sports networks, religious channels. There are 4 hospital networks now. Most of the hospitals locally are getting into teleconferencing and in-house hospital networks for in-house education. As we also do satellite master antenna systems for condominiums, where we install the complete system free of charge to the owners and just become programming brokers. For example, we pay home box office their royalties per month on a unit basis. I know at my home I have cable, and home box office charges me approximately $10 per month for home box office. That's paid through my cable company. When we offer this system to a condominium, the unit owner would pay perhaps $3.75 to us per month. Out of that $3.75, $3 will go to home box office, and the rest will go to cover the expenses of installing the equipment. Okay, my last. I'd like to, we're in the retail business locally in Miami, and we have a lot of foreign trade from South America and the Caribbean. Most of the people that come into my store live overseas, have very little television programming, and will pay any royalties or copyrights just to be able to see the American satellites. I personally believe that how much of a better way can we actually show the rest of the world about our capitalist society and our free enterprise system than through our American satellites. I think we should make it legal for the rest of the world to view our satellites. Thank you.
John, being based here, you are selling these satellite dishes here in the Miami area? If any of you have been to the Caribbean during the winter, you'll see that some of the, as you go around some of those islands, they have a lot of these dishes who probably are bought at similar stores which are pirating these signals. And nobody's to blame in this, I'm not suggesting, but that is one of the problems that I've seen mentioned as you look at the copyright aspects. And a friend of mine in British television was hired by the Jamaican government to participate in the whole-scale bringing in of HBO and broadcasting it right out to all of Jamaica from the satellites they installed at the National Jamaican TV, with no payment even going to HBO, much less to the original copyright producers. And you can imagine what that does to the sale of American movies exported to Jamaica. Do you have any comments on those problems, since you're, you have a first-hand view here, or not? Right. Right. Come up later. Okay. Thank you, John. The next, John did remind me of one item I wanted to even make in my very introductory remarks, and that is that despite the problems we face and the complexities in this, the American system has really been wonderful when it comes to having a climate for the creation of these technologies. We have a lot of European clients and Japanese clients, and believe me, they are way behind because of the lack of good copyright laws or the implementation of those laws. If you look at it, when in all of this area of the new media, the Japanese and European developers of systems all look at bringing their systems to America and testing it out in our marketplace, so that despite the fact that sometimes you worry about our problems and not keeping up, you're way ahead of the rest of the world, and maybe it's because of symposiums like this. The next speaker is Bob Quinn from the NABU network. 6-7 years ago, Bob and I were involved in our first venture in the new media, where we were helping to demonstrate one of the systems that we've talked about today. Bob has a long history in bringing new technology to the public.
Thank you, Haines, and good morning. Sometimes when people introduce you as bringing things to the public, it sounds a lot like pioneer, and you all know the story about the pioneers with people with the arrows in their back. I have a few in my back this morning. I've been speaking this morning with Dr. Murphy, who's visited the demonstration room and doesn't want to leave. We will have a demonstration of what we're calling the NABU network after lunch. I'd like to tell you a few things about it this morning. NABU is a company that in 1981 decided there was a business making communicating computers. The problem they sought to address was the mass market was not buying personal computers, essentially because of two problems. Number one, the box was expensive and required some technical expertise to run. Worst case, once you understood the box, now you had to buy software. That was A, very expensive, B, at least bewildering. Average American going to the Computerland store saying, I would like a word processing package so that I can write my letters at home, is never that simple a dialogue. It's how much memory do you have, how fast do you want to run it, did you want to store it, did you want to print it on paper, and all of a sudden, third sentence in the dialogue, you've walked out of the store. If you choose to say you've spent a lot of money. Suffice it to say that bottom line today, a typical American consumer who wants to buy a personal computer can buy something off the shelf, a Commodore 64 computer, routinely retails for less than $200 today, and you have a box. Doesn't do anything, but you have a box. If you then go and buy the adapters that hook it into the telephone line, that's $100, and you buy the storage devices, that's another several $100s. If you buy a printer, you've spent $3 more. Now you're ready to buy the software. Software runs anywhere between $200 and $500, depending upon the maker and what it does. That is not, I submit to you, a typical consumer purchase. NABU's slice was, if we can eliminate all of the jargon, if we can eliminate the cost threshold, at least get it down to the point where it's an acceptable level. That means rental, incidentally, and provide a focus on the utility of the machine instead of the mechanics, then personal computing may be a mass market, and there's a little money in everyone for that kind of a business. There are essentially three pieces in the NABU concept. One is what we call a head-end computer or a data broadcast system, which stores 13 million bytes of software and distributes that software to a cable operator's head-end computer, so that he can distribute that around a typical cable system to subscribers that have rented the system or subscribed for the month of the service. One of the interesting pieces is that it does not require a video quality channel for distribution. Every cable operator today has a fixed number of channels. Those of you in the Washington area, I live in Alexandria during the week, we've got 36 channels of nice video programming. Well, there are also a good half dozen other channels that are unsuitable for video. The NABU network can ride on those channels because it delivers a digital signal. So one, it's a head-end pump that passes a signal around the cable on a channel that the cable operator designates. The second critical piece is what we call a NABU adapter, which is a box that goes in the home that translates the signal that it hears over the cable so that the personal computer can hear it and use it. Coincidentally, it also has a return capability. That adapter in the box can be plugged into your telephone wire so that conceptually you can receive a signal through the cable system. That signal may be, would you like to find out what Dow Jones says about the NABU stock today? You say yes, and the adapter can automatically dial, because it's received telephone number and computer sign-on code from the cable system, automatically dial a Dow Jones computer in Princeton or any other remote computer, and now presents itself as another telephone subscriber for those remote databases. The third piece is the service itself, the software that is spun around the system, and that is virtually anything that the seller of the service thinks will sell. I think the things that sell fall in 5 kinds of categories. Number one is educational software. There is, I said, a bewildering array of general software. Educational software by itself is monumental. There are zillions of titles. Some of them educate well, others run well in computers. There's very rarely a good roadmap through that forest. But there is certainly a high demand among municipal and state officials, at least, who pay for the local school systems, for quality education, computer-assisted education, at least on the primary and secondary levels. In Virginia, North and South Carolina, we're seeing a lot of activity on the community college level, where instead of adults going to a classroom once or twice a week for a class, you sign up for a class, you get a telephone modem, and you get an Apple computer, and you go home. The local cable service delivers software down to the computer, and the student sits there and takes the course. For regulatory purposes or state requirements, the student meets periodically with the instructor so that, in fact, there was a class meeting. But the classroom activity happens in the computer system. So number one is educational software. Another key ingredient is video games, simply because that's an enormous market. And it's the kind of software that's easily distributed, has a relatively short lifespan, so there's a constant demand for new titles. A simple hands-off delivery system seems to be effective for that. Third is professional software, the reason most personal computer owners bought the box in the beginning. I'd like to do a word processing in the home. I happen to have a financial orientation. It would be nice for me to be able to do a spreadsheet analysis without going into the office. A good VisiCalc program is a $200 to $300 buy. If I could rent one for $5 a month and use it as frequently as I wanted during the month without spending any more money, that'd be a reasonable purchase for me. So professional software is something that the makers of the hardware seem to think would be valuable. Next to the last is information, simply because, as Haines has indicated, I've been associated with the business for a while, and today there clearly is not a standalone business delivering information to the home electronically. Maybe tomorrow, and maybe wedded with other kinds of services, but nobody's going to read the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal off a television screen when you can fold it up and read it in the car, and then tear it out and give it to your friends, and on Saturday afternoon wrap the fish in it. Nothing replaces that. The fifth, and clearly the most lucrative down the road of the services that the network offers, are transaction services. Retailers today claim that they spend somewhere between 25 and 35% of their gross sales number in things like distribution, cost of sale, overhead. Sears announced in their last quarterly statement that they weren't going to build any more major stores because it was no longer feasible to follow the segment population shifts. The cost of brick and mortar was just too expensive. If you could offer transaction services, purchase of goods and services electronically, The retailers are certainly people in your ballpark. We've seen in the last 2 or 3 years that the banks and the financial services companies have really pushed that frontier a great deal. There's a firm called CompuCard based in Stanford, Connecticut, that has some interesting financial links and as investment opportunities, but their whole business is to offer high-ticket items, $300-400 television sets, from national manufacturers at between 25 and 40% of the retail price to subscribers that come either over the telephone or some other electronic means to their catalog clerks in Stanford. The normal routine is to dial an 800 number, be identified as a subscriber to CompuCard. The operator reads you the kinds of televisions that are available today. We have a Quasar, and it's at 40% off. It'll be delivered to you through UPS or whatever the normal foot brigade is in your neighborhood, and it'll be serviced and guaranteed by the manufacturer as if you had bought it in a local store. The downside is you can't go to Louis Television Service, who only sells RCA, and expect Louis to service it for you, because there's that the loyalty issue that always grows up. But in terms of a consumer buy, seems to be an interesting opportunity for business. Transaction services I've put last because there isn't a compelling need now to provide those services. And the other side of the coin to retailers seeing an opportunity. Every retailer I've ever met grew up watching people walk in the door for a Band-Aid and selling them a pair of crutches or some toothpaste while they're in the store. And it's a whole new learned experience to find out how to deal with people electronically if you can't touch them. I'm suggesting that there is a business selling 4 kinds of services electronically to the home. And Nabu Network has found an off-the-shelf way, a simple, without inventing any new technology way, to provide those services. For the cable operator, we've all read in the last year and a half about the financial squeeze a lot of the cable operators have been in as we went through the enormous task of building the infrastructure for cable. Well, cable operators need ancillary income that has a very low cost threshold. If I can provide an income stream to the cable operator that does not rob him of a video quality channel, he's happy. If I can do it in a way that he doesn't have to spend a lot of money, hire a sales force, service the equipment, he's happier. For the person that makes software, the person who's somewhere along the line held a copyright to that software, he's excited because there's a larger market now in which to sell that. And to the hardware manufacturer, of course, if I've not specified a particular kind of personal computer, the more software, the more demand there's going to be for the box, he's a happier person. And all I want is a piece of the action for putting the translator or the adapter in the home. Now, one of the problems we've incurred this morning is the frontiersman's issue. Having a demonstration unit that we last used, I guess, about 4 months ago to show the British what cable television was like, and having launched the system in Alexandria 3 weeks ago, I discovered this morning at 2 in the morning that 3 wires that routinely sit in the box aren't there. And we spent the last 3 hours trying to make one. I'm a banker by education, so you can imagine what success we've had. I can promise you 2 things. One is that after lunch, we have a 60-40 probability of having a demonstration of the Nabu network in the boardroom down at the end of the hall. Failing that, should Professor Murphy still be among us, I would be more than happy to entertain any or all of you in Old Town for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or a 30-minute go through the system, whatever you prefer. Frankly, at any time that's convenient for you. We're handy to the hill, and watching a demonstration system is fun. But seeing it live over a real cable system in somebody's home or in an office building is much better. So I welcome you to do that. Thank you very much.
The last speaker for the morning, Gene Leonard from VVR Associates. Remember, this was the gentleman on that troublesome term, downloading, who is one of the experts in this field. Gene.
The answer to downloading is upstream. Despite all of the confusion, the entrepreneurial and its desirable confusion that is generated by all of our technology, there is still some technological and information science basics that don't change. And if there's going to be legislation or any other kind of conclusions of reasonable longevity, they have to be based on what is possible, not only what is present, and have to be based not on what Haines called the hype, but they have to be based on an understanding of what is behind the hype. For the past 2 years, our group has been engaged in investigating the prerequisites, or the requisites, I guess is a better word, for electronic telepublishing. And that really means determining the technological capabilities which can be economically appropriate to obtaining, distributing, monitoring, reporting, and using those techniques to reward the creative person or the copyright owner. I'm going to have to skip through this because we are running way behind. What we have invoked are some very basic video, computing, and telecommunication tools in structuring. Has anybody mastered the art of keeping these things on? I have thought of a television tube I could wear in my lapel, but that's bulky. We have used these tools in structuring our system, and what we plan to distribute is audio material, video material, entertainment, merchandising, transactions, education, and general information. Now that sounds like just about everything, and in telepublishing we should be capable of distributing everything. And the truth about information technology is that via either analog or digital techniques we can distribute anything. There's nothing that is in form of information that cannot be generated, manipulated, or in many, many ways handled by our magnificent tools. The only thing our magnificent tools can't do is think of a new idea or have a pun, although I guess I'm getting into a controversial area with the artificial intelligence blokes. But if they're right, I'm afraid the copyright people are going to have to start writing rules about patent applications by computers. I think, however, that's a lower priority problem than the problems you're facing now. Let me try slide 1, which will be the only slide. Where are we? Up? Oh, slides. Right here. Okay. What we have here is a condensed version of the various things that Haines was talking about. There are a number of sources of all types of information which have commercial use. There are a number of mechanisms for delivering them, which I've chosen to categorize in a different form, namely the standard programming techniques, which are the free channels, the pay channels, the pay-per-view channels. Secondly is a whole wide variety of techniques that have to go through some basic clearinghouse if they are going to be put in a form where they will run over standard gauge technological tracks to get to the ultimate consumer in the home. And at that clearinghouse there are a number of significant functions which clearly will require legislative impact one way or another in order to regulate them. And they are acquisition, scheduling, remote control of delivery, auditing of viewing or use, and response. This slide was prepared for a paper to the Society of Motion Picture Television Engineers, which dealt with the impact that these requirements will have on standard television technical standards, which have to change if we're to reach the goals that this kind of a system implies. The methods of delivery have been well covered by Haines. Those are those boxes down below: broadcast, various MDS, LPTV, etc. And of course cable. The one thing I've shown that hasn't been brought up before is the fact that there is not only a downloading, but there is an upstream. And the upstream is a technique which has to be implemented if we're to use all of the economic and commercial capabilities of our technology. The question is, when it is implemented, you've got some very serious privacy problems which have to be addressed. But they do provide a way for rewarding the creative person for the use of his creative work. Let me take that off now. Seems to be some more. Number 1. Thank you. It is not user-friendly. Talking about buzzwords. These basic designs have involved a bunch of assumptions which I think are key to the understanding of any system. And I believe they can serve as guidelines in trying to control and understand the technology. We assume that a great deal of bidirectional telecommunication bandwidth will be available, combining telephone integrated with video facilities. The emphasis on upstream in our case is primarily telephone, and that implies another couple of buzzwords. We prefer to operate in a batch mode wherever possible rather than online. It was assumed that this bandwidth can carry information representing still pictures, motion pictures, textual information, control information, and response information, all with equal facility. And therefore, a video display can readily include all of these features, and a single display never has to be degraded in quality. It was assumed that the two major telecommunication facilities, time sharing and store and forward, which is really what we must begin to consider the VCR, not merely a time shifter, but something which we would like to call store and forward. It's a little more intricate. These can be invoked to maximize individuality and interactivity. We assume that a portion of the information processing power must reside appropriately at the user's location. Not merely the consumer terminal, let's consider him a user, as part of a network with a central transmitter, processor, and controller. What has happened is that electronically mediated information techniques have changed the path of the creative product from the innovator to the consumer. Previously, centralized reproduction was followed by a distribution tree of physical objects. But now, reproduction and distribution can become integral, and more so as electronics take over, do become integral and instantaneous and universal, and they occur in the consumer's home, both distribution and reproduction. Fortunately, many of society's other transactions are also moving into the home, and thus the system and equipment costs can be conceived as being appropriately distributed. But that in turn requires a series of standards, which are initially technical but eventually legislative, that must be constructed if we're going to avoid an electronic Tower of Babel. We assume that the system's distributed processing and upstream power will allow the establishment of readily modifiable contractual agreements between the provider and the user, all mediated by the distribution system's operator. Knowledge of each use can be obtained by the systems operator, and given this information, it's up to the entrepreneur, the owner of the copyright material, to decide on what kind of a billing scheme he's going to use. We further assume that if the producers of desirable information are to be rewarded, we have to protect their product to whatever extent is economically rational, and that this protection has to be provided as an integral part of the transmission and even the activity at the terminal. We assume that the quality of presentation in all variations must match the commonly expected quality of the standard medium, and the standard medium is a good commercial underarm deodorant display, and we've got to match that if we're going to reach our markets. We assume that the extreme flexibility in operation and modification of this whole operation would be necessary, and therefore we need appropriate hardware and software design and downloading and upstream capabilities. We've created an engineering prototype of the central computer and terminal, but they were too bulky to bring, and so we have a tape representing typical operation. It's available for viewing and discussion thanks to the pause control on the VCR. Now we're going to move into an experimental operational phase during which a number of factors will be explored, and these are the human behavioral requirements, the merchandising techniques, the reporting capabilities, the service of community interests, the dialogue between representative and constituents, First Amendment considerations, access rules, privacy concerns, and diversity of access and providers. Anybody else can add any more to that? Go to it. But underlying this, there has to be a study of the technical standards used for display, transmission, monitoring, and control. And whatever our particular implementation has been, it is very likely that a series of industry-wide standards will eventually be adopted. I had that experience in data transmission 20 years ago, where some of you may remember a data transmission system, a Digitronic system, which had its own proprietary transmission scheme, and eventually the world caught up and replaced it. But it ran for 10, 15 years. It is suggested that these standards will have a significant bearing on the eventual ability to meet legislative concerns on a number of levels and in a number of areas, including those of copyright. Without these standards, by the way, and without these basic underlying facts of technological and information life, what Haines called convergence could never have occurred. It is not clear which combination of administrative and legislative entities in the government will be involved in developing those standards, with a view to protecting the very varied public interests. Whether it's a combination of FCC, Bureau of Standards, and various professional societies which can all work together is a matter for serious consideration at this point. But I do want to repeat that despite the profusion of practical implementations we see, there are information and technical basics which can provide longevity to whatever legislation results. Thank you.
So, enough talk, on with the action. We are breaking now and on the way to Boardroom 1, which is down that way, and where all of the meeting rooms and where the demos are set up. It's been suggested that you grab a cup of coffee, and we will be assembling, and especially the students who are here. I think that several of us are here as kind of instructors or guides to the technologies, but especially the students who are here should be in Boardroom 1 in about 5 minutes to begin the review with a presentation, a live presentation that will be put on, and then the students will break into small groups to kind of go to hands-on use of the various devices. Now, we are, I think it's been a useful morning, I hope it has. From here on, for the rest of this day, the emphasis is going to be on demos. For you golfers and all of that, I was hoping to have a 4-hour break, but I think that's kind of gone by the board. So let me say that the demo rooms will be running until at least 2 o'clock, I'm sure. For you who want to stay through, we're not going to cut short on your ability to use these on a hands-on basis. It mentions on your sheet there 3 restaurants which are set up where you simply take your lunch and then sign your room number, and the Library of Congress takes care of the handling of those luncheons. There's no one lunch place where we're all getting together like we are for dinner tonight and tomorrow night. And therefore we will then come back here at 4 o'clock and again have about only a half an hour, 5 minutes each person, of explanation, and then go on into the demo rooms for the afternoon sections. Mike?
Excuse me, just to clarify things a little bit from what Haines said. I know many of you may have made plans starting at 12 o'clock this afternoon. If possibly, the students could devote a few minutes to go to Boardroom 1 to see the initial demonstration for the home entertainment center and the demonstration of the digital disc system, since it involves some volume levels. I think it might be very desirable if we could do that, and you'll be able to leave at noon if you've got other things to do, and we can pick back up on the demonstrations at 4 o'clock. If any of you want to stay longer, of course, they'll be available, but certainly we understand that many of you may have made commitments beginning at noon and will need to meet those commitments.
Mike, does that mean that the demos of the morning are going to be running
Well,
also in the afternoon?
we'll have to do it again that way since we've run over time.
Are these various demonstrations going to be running simultaneously or in sequence?
Simultaneously, as I understand it, mostly simultaneously except for the first demo. So you can taste them any time.
Yep, that's right.
Some people joining us as we move along. We have 3 sessions this afternoon where we will be talking in here, and then we will move into the demonstration rooms once again. And we hope to have each of the individual presentations run for anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes in length. First, this morning we talked a lot about the various delivery systems and terminal devices, and the next session, though it's entitled Educational Technology, I think you'll find that actually they're using technology that has been created and used in other parts of the new electronic media, but applying it to the great field of education. And I think we're fortunate in having one of the biggest and most ambitious projects of the past decade represented here today. And to talk to us about the Plato system and various components of it, we have Jean Harris, Vice President of Control Data Corporation. Jean? Jean will be then announcing her second speaker.
Thank you, Haines. In one of my former lives, I was appointed as Secretary of Human Resources in the District of Columbia. In the Commonwealth of Virginia. And in that capacity, I received a great deal of media attention because I was the first of my race and sex to hold such an appointed position. 3 days into office, I received a very beautiful letter, and in childish scrawl from one of our local elementary schools was the following message: Dear Dr. Harris, we are very happy to hear of your appointment to the Governor's Cabinet. We would like for you to come and speak to us. Please talk 3 minutes. Well, throughout my administration and in subsequent public speaking engagements, I've tried to adhere to that sage wisdom, but I think you're in for 6. Education has entered a new era. Advanced computer technology, applied so effectively in other fields, is now being brought to bear upon education and training. The company I represent, Control Data Corporation, was among the first to be committed to the concept of computer-based education and computer-assisted instruction as first, providing a more efficient and economical educational process, and secondly, placing the focus of education where it belongs, and that is on development of each student's maximum learning potential. And whereas I will speak specifically of Plato, the controlled data trademark for its educational courseware offerings, I offer Plato as the generic example of the current state of the art in the field, and of course, because it is this courseware with which I am most familiar. In 1962, Control Data and the University of Illinois began to develop a computer-based educational system, later to become known as Plato. In succeeding years, Control Data entered into partnership with other universities, software development corporations, and more recently, with the advent of user-friendly terminals and authoring languages, with classroom teachers in selected elementary and secondary schools. Plato now features more than 12,000 hours of courseware in math, science, computer literacy, business, foreign languages, the humanities, and the arts. The Control Data investment in creating this library is $1 billion. Key features of the Plato system are, first, its ability to provide more accessible, cost-effective, uniformly high-quality education and training. Secondly, individualized, self-paced instruction. That is, the student determines the pace of his own learning process. Thirdly, the ability to update, to review, to explain, to animate, and to simulate virtually any activity. Fourthly, the ability to simultaneously address needs of a variety of students studying different subjects at different levels of educational attainment or different levels of educational competence. Lastly, extensive record-keeping capabilities which free teachers from routine administrative tasks so that they can then concentrate on what they do best, and that is providing students with personal guidance and support. Plato can pre-test, educate, post-test, and track educational progress of each student. Two versions of Plato are now available. The first system, and the older system, is a network based upon multiple terminals which are connected to a large central computer. This online system provides access to the entire Plato library. The second system, and the more recent one, is a freestanding system that uses the microcomputer plus flexible disk storing instructional programs. Over the last several years, with the widespread use and introduction of the microcomputer, control data has been involved in transferring the Plato courseware onto disk, which can be used with the hardware produced by other manufacturers. In your hands-on demonstration this afternoon, you will see Control Data Plato online, Control Data Plato offered on a Control Data microcomputer, and Plato offered on an Apple and on an IBM PC. We all agree that education and training are essential for survival in the intensely competitive environment in which we live today. And if we accept the flood of recent reports and studies on education in the United States, the quality, equality, and productivity of education and training demand improvement because traditional methods are becoming progressively more costly and inefficient. The advent of the microcomputer has placed a whole new resource in the armamentarium of educational tools. In the classroom setting, the microcomputer and its accompanying educational courseware provide a new opportunity for equity and parity between institutions and among students. First, fast and slow learners can be individually accommodated by access to a variety of high-quality computer-based enrichment, enhancement, and remedial activities. Secondly, schools with insufficient math and science teachers can now provide math and science courses through computer-based lessons and courseware. Thirdly, new courses and curricula can be created and existing ones expanded through utilization of existing or newly developed computer-based materials. In the non-traditional setting, adults can be provided with opportunities for continuing education on a variety of topics. As an example, Control Data runs training and education institutions. The Control Data Institute provides individuals with technical capability that permits them to enter a variety of computer technical occupations. In-service training can be conducted in a variety of settings and for a variety of occupations and professions. And as an example, General Motors today is using a Control Data course in robotics to upgrade the training skills of its workers. Thirdly, the low-skilled or educationally disadvantaged can be provided with basic skills, job readiness, life management, and job-seeking skills. Again, illustratively, Control Data for years has been involved in providing training programs for the CETA program eligible individual and now for the Jobs Training Partnership Program eligible individuals. Thus, computer-based education is now being used to address major needs for education and training in schools, business, industry, government, and we are looking at a future in which this courseware will be used directly in the home. The explosion in use of computers in such a large number of settings has generated demand for both standardized, high-quality educational courseware and for customized offerings tailored to the unique needs and interests of the customer. Meeting this growing demand is creating a mini explosion of software developing companies. Continuous Learning Corporation, a supplier of courseware for Control Data Corporation, is one of those fast-growing companies. I introduce to you Dr. Karen Cohen, president of Continuous Learning Corporation, who will expand on the courseware developing process. Karen?
I didn't think I could be older than Control Data, but in fact, my interest in work in applying computers and technology to educational processes predates 1962. I won't say by how much. And for many years, I've been doing research primarily on the faculty of MIT and director of research and development at the Center for Advanced Engineering Study, trying to come to understand how technology can help learning, can impact on learning, and provide more effective, more efficient, and more appropriate delivery systems. This work led to a natural involvement with Control Data Corporation and Plato, and although my company is relatively young, being 4 or 5 years old, my interest in this field and work in trying to understand what makes for good education and the impact of technology on that process has gone on for a long time. I was asked, I think, to talk a little bit today about courseware, which is education delivered through software and computers of various sorts, and intellectual property. In trying to sort out what that really meant, I had to create a little heuristic for myself so that I could understand what I was talking about in terms of levels of complexity, impact of the technology, and intellectual property. And I'd like to share my own thinking of that through with you in terms of some of the products that my company has produced, some of which are being marketed by Control Data Corporation. I promise not to have too many slides. That's a book. Yeah. That may seem like a very strange way to start out a discussion of intellectual property, but in fact, a book is a technology. A book is a technology that we've been using in addition to the one that I'm using, namely talking to you, for many, many years in order to teach, in order to educate. And in a way, computers have become increasingly involved in an educational process, and that can be explained by a certain kind of evolution. The first thing that a computer can do is enhance the value of a book. That's pretty dark, and you can't see what those are, but those represent two what we call value-added discs. That's a sample screen that you might see when you're looking at the first appearance of a value-added disc. What a value-added disc does is attempts to be almost like a workbook on a book. It attempts to help people understand whether or not they've mastered the concepts in the book. There are problems, there are exercises, there's drill and practice, there's feedback. There are many of the features added to a book that a computer can do in many ways far better than an individual instructor. A computer, for example, can say, sorry, try again 300 times to a student, although we don't really let that happen, in fact. I think it would be very difficult for a teacher to be that patient. My reason for showing you some sample screens is that it's my best guess that 2/3 of the people in this room have never used a computer for any purpose whatsoever. And when you see some of these screens and then go on to the exhibits in the room, at least you'll have a first blush familiarity of some of the things that appear on the screens. So if you were to go through this value-added disc that accompanies a book, you would get all kinds of fancy things to do, numbers to fill in, equations to make, answers to give, and I'm not going to spend long enough for you to try to figure any of them out. You'll have a chance in the room afterwards. What you're really being given a chance to do is to apply your understanding and knowledge and test out whether or not that works. Now, there's a much more elegant approach, a much more appropriate approach to adding value to the educational process, and that is essentially using the computer as the entire delivery system. We've selected computer concepts because it is at an adult level, assumes high school reading skills, and it's an attempt to introduce people in a modular fashion to the understandings and powers of what a computer can do, and to use the computer to do that. And this is Plato courseware that is available on multiple microcomputers. It's available currently on Apple and IBM, and it will be available shortly on the 110, which is Plato's own offline terminal. If you were to start into this course on one of these computers, you might see a screen like that, which is a simulation of the keyboard. And what the course does is direct you to certain keys, teach you how to practice with certain keys, and actually brings you through developing databases and word processing by the end of the 9 hours that it consumes. One of the concepts that the course teaches is what a variable is. And to do that, we can use an apartment house and show people the difference between concepts like location, storage, address. You can put data one place, you can put it another place. It does all kinds of things. I don't want to dwell on these things. I really want you to see some of the things you might be seeing in the demonstration as you go further in terms of what Plato is offering. This screen, and we're near the end of my screens, represents a much more sophisticated use of Plato. This comes from the robotics curriculum that Jean mentioned. The purpose of this curriculum is to teach people in industry how to work and deal with robots. And the simulation that you see there is one in which people actually go through the entire process of programming that robot to remove a gold brick and put it in an oven and record their moves. And it's a simulation that people have found quite valuable prior to dealing with programming and working with actual robots. One of the drawbacks of computer-based education is that it often, especially on a microcomputer, takes a long time for the system to reconfigure itself around new sets of information and data. And so one of the screens we often see is "One moment, please." And I've used it to break set in a way, because I'd like to discuss in the second part of my brief presentation what's really involved in creating these products. In contrast to writing a book, which generally takes one author, perhaps co-authors, but can be done by one person alone, and then typeset, edited, copy-proofed, whatever, distributed. There are several levels of creativity and intellectual thought that have to be put together to make courseware happen, to make courseware effective. Now, these happen to be people on my staff, and they happen to represent the four components, or at least three, that are critical in developing quality computer-based educational products. The first component is obviously the subject matter expertise, the author, the person who has the understandings and can convey the understandings that we're trying to teach to other people. The second component is a relatively new field, and that's the field of learning design. And in developing courseware, it's very important not only that we know what we're going to teach, but that it's determined beforehand how we're going to teach it, how we're going to pre-think every mistake that a person can make so that the computer can allow for all of the branching, all of the individuality, and all of the special instruction that it has. Third component, obviously, is the programming skills. When one attempts to develop courseware, there are several levels involved in the output. First, there's what you write down, the intellectual content. The next thing might be the language that you decide to use, given a microcomputer or a configuration. That may have been created and licensed by somebody, or it may be in the public domain. The third level is generally some kind of an authoring system, unless you do, as we sometimes do, invent everything from scratch. All of the drivers, all of the utilities, all of the components. And I can go into any of these things through questions if you're interested, but I don't want to risk losing you, especially when I'm almost at the end. The fourth component that's supposed to be represented by me is quality control. I know that there isn't a piece of Plato courseware out on the market that hasn't been through every possible attempt to bust it that can happen. It's highly unlikely that Plato courseware will not function well. And I think it's to Control Data's credit for having set standards of quality in this regard. It's one thing to have a good idea and try to program it yourself. It's another thing to turn that into very effective kinds of software. That really ends my formal presentation about courseware. I know that there are many speakers this afternoon and there may be many questions. What I really was trying to do was introduce you and invite you to come and really have that hands-on experience with what feedback, what tutorial, what branching, what individual kinds of help can mean and can be in boardroom number 1 following this session. Yes? Well, boardroom 3, I'm sorry. Thank you.
We will now shift into about 10 minutes, 15 minutes on electronic publishing. This incorporates primarily the worlds of online databases, videotext, and teletext. First, Meyer Cutts from John Wiley Corporation to tell us some about the world of online databases, which today primarily are being used in the business information field, some in the home, where the others are more mass market technologies.
Thanks, Haines. In defense of those of us who've written books, And not to take issue with our last speaker, it sometimes seems to me that if it takes this long to write a book and this long to get an abstract painting out the door, it takes about this long to write a software program. But that's only a bias. Actually, I brought the simplest piece of equipment here, a dumb terminal that looks like a typewriter, and you will see it in the atrium area outside the boardrooms. It's connected through an acoustic coupler to an ordinary telephone, and then connected online to a computer in Latham, New York, in which have been loaded a number of databases. Although I brought the simplest piece of equipment, it took me 4 hours to get it working this morning. But luckily, this hotel is well supplied with the publisher's favorite fluid, alcohol, which in this case I used to clean one of the keys of the terminal. Of course, I just about was ready to clean myself with it. Actually, my last time I met with so many politicians in one place was back in the 60s when I ran a campaign. It's a successful campaign for a seat on the Cambridge City Council, Cambridge, Mass., not Cambridge, Maryland. That's an office of such high eminence that the reward for a campaign manager is that you don't have to do it a second time. Well, let me talk to you a little bit about electronic publishing. First of all, let's say quickly what the markets for this information are, and as Haines alluded, they're professional markets. They include not only business people, but also lawyers, particularly chemists, and particularly people who do medical research. The databases that are available online contain essentially three kinds of information. The business started with databases that are essentially lists of bibliographic references. For example, Chemical Abstracts, which is a branch of the American Chemical Society, compiles bibliographies of the world's chemical literature, and you can search through these bibliographies to, for example, find out what a particular chemist has written about phosphorus chemistry in the last 10 years, or what anybody has written about phosphorus chemistry. The second kind of database that you can find online are those that contain data, mostly the kind of data of interest to people in business, mostly economic data that will, I think there is a display of software from Corp that you'll see. Well, you can use data from databases and plug that data into that kind of software in order to, for example, decide what your costs as a hospital administrator might be in 3 or 4 years. The third kind and the newest kind of database is now full-text databases, that is to say electronic editions of materials that have been published in print before. For example, one of the ones I'm involved with is the Harvard Business Review. The McGraw-Hill publications, magazines are all available online, full text. And there are other publications from Elsevier, for example, another publisher that's here. The American Chemical Society has put its scientific journals online full text. The point about all of these databases, or a point about them, is that in most cases there was a prior print counterpart to the electronic version, and that print counterpart was copyrighted. Often you will see a copyright message on the screen, or in the case of what I can show you on a printout of a database, prior to actually getting into the database. As I said before, basically in this industry at the moment, information is stored on central computers. There are many so-called hosts who operate computers with so-called search software, so you can search through the databases, and basically the access is by telephone. The real power of these systems is that you can search very fast through a tremendous amount of material. That's the whole point. Even with the full text, the point is not to read publications on screens. You know, they used to, people who have been defending print and worried that electronic publication was going to take over from print, have always said, well, you can't take these terminals to the bathroom. Well, of course you can, but I think the point here is that it's not the notion of being able to read things on a screen, it's being able to search through large volumes of information to find out where pieces of information are. Then, possibly, you can print out an article at your convenience, or you can go and get the hard copy of the original hard copy of the article. The way customers are charged in this business is by time of access. This business really has traditionally been run by computer people. Now that more and more publishers are getting involved in it, there is pressure, I know I exert it, to begin to charge customers by subscription, the same way you charge for magazine subscriptions. This is important because one of the concerns, and I know you heard a comment about the upstream of downloading or downloading upstream or something this morning, is that if you basically charge by time of access and the information in the database is captured by the customer on his own terminal, that means the customer can then search through that information with the proper software without accessing your database. He cuts himself off from your database, searches locally, doesn't pay you anymore. That is possibly copyright infringement. There are, of course, the discussion revolves around that word downloading, which is an extremely important word, as you heard this morning. In the future, one of the ways to get around that, as maybe by the pricing mechanism, which, as I said, would be subscription pricing rather than charging by time of access, or by changing the nature of the business. Rather than having a business where users have only one means of accessing the information, which is dialing up from remote terminals to central computers, with the proliferation of more and more powerful computing equipment locally, you'll be able to sell people tapes of your database, which they can search through themselves, and you sell them the tapes on a subscription basis. You can possibly, those will be for mainframes. You may be able to even sell them your information on disks for microcomputers when there's enough storage capacity. Or there will be use of an even newer technology, which is video disks or even laser disks. These disks allow for a tremendous amount of material to be stored on them, and they have been developed now to the point where you can search them with the same facility and speed that you can search regular online databases. So basically that's the shape of this industry. Those are some of the questions that people in it are grappling with. And if you stop by the terminal, which having been fed enough alcohol I think is working, I'll show you some databases in action. Thank you.
Two of the technologies in the electronic publishing arena that get most confused are videotext and teletext, which we will now be hearing about. We must remember as we look at these that as they have become a reality in the marketplace, though they are still experimental, that in actuality most commercial individuals and companies now see them more as being viable in transactional services and a variety of different applications in addition to the delivery of information. After the UK spent some $80 million trying to launch Prestel as a home information delivery system, all of it wasted and now disbanded. There has been a lot of disillusion about when the market will actually be ready for delivery of information to the home, and therefore these systems are being implemented with heavy emphasis on advertising, transactions, and a variety of other applications. But when they do prove themselves, they will then become massive ways to deliver all types of textual information. Al Crane from CBS will start first, and all of these are going to be demonstrated live in the other rooms after these talks. I do want to say, as Al's coming up here from CBS, which is going to show us teletext, that we are in the vicinity of the world's greatest experiment now in this arena, Viewtron, which John Woolley will be talking about. Viewtron is now rolling out in South Florida. How many subscribers do you have now, John? See, he's very secret about that. They'll never answer that. I thought I'd get him in a forum like this. But at any rate, that experiment, which will be piped in live, I want to say I've seen John's slides around the world. They're very beautiful, and that he will not be showing slides because he's going to be showing us live. So I encourage you to make sure you go by and see those. However, as he said, the slides from teletext are similar to videotext. So we'll turn it over now to Al Crane.
Thank you. I went to a session like this about 5 or 6 years ago, and I came back, and one of the people said, well, I guess they didn't get to know you very well, Albert, because they called you Al. So I would ask you, in any kind of official correspondence or anything else, please call me Albert, because if you don't, I'll probably not be able to go back to CBS. I do prefer the longer version. Firstly, I'd like to thank Stan Garandese, who is Director of Operations, for making this all possible. We will be live in the other room. I will also mention that NBC is on the air in this market during their network time. We hopefully will be on the air during all time. I don't know whether I'm going the right direction. I guess I'm not. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm pushing the one in the front. It's these old technologies that get you every time. There you are. Secondly, I'd like to mention that the pages that you're looking at are all done in the new technologies. These are all computer-driven graphics. While Haines is correct that we were in the experimental stage back on April 3rd, 1983, we premiered with a nationwide service called teletext 3 days after the FCC approved us. As you know, there are 83 million television homes. We're currently in 71 million television homes with this product that I'm showing you. But before I take you through that, I'd like to quickly tell you what we are not. Firstly, we are not, well, I'll have to go backwards for a second, I'm sorry. Firstly, we are not videotext. Videotext is the two-way transmission of data, which John will be showing you at great length and has available to see, as we do. We are the one-way transmission of data. Now, you can say one-way transmission of data. How do you get there? Well, you've all seen the black bar on your television set. That black bar is called the vertical blanking interval. We call ourselves VBI teletext, vertical blanking interval teletext. That consists of 21 lines. In those 21 lines, we've been authorized to use 6 of them, of which we've now selected 4, lines 15, 16, 17, and 18, through which we will transmit data. If you look on channel, is it 9 here, Stan? Our CBS affiliate? 4, thank you. I'm a New Yorker, what can I tell you? Channel 4 here, you flip the vertical line and you will see a little stream of white data. That's the CBS teletext service known as Extravision. So we're here, we're on the vertical blanking interval, as is NBC during network time. Think of it as a carousel that's spinning very, very quickly, that once you press a button, the slide drops down onto the full screen. So we're not talking about a transmission of data that just uses up portions of the screen. We're talking about transmission of data that drops down into the entire screen. And as I just demonstrated, here are some of the things that we can do. This was a benchmark day As a matter of fact, it was May 23rd when the Dow just got to 1,200. Apparently last Friday it just dropped down to 1,200, so it gives you the perspective as to where things are. This is the kind of page that we do. We'll be demonstrating these to you live. I call our service a color newspaper that updates itself every 15 minutes. That's in essence what we're able to provide. Here are some other examples of the kinds of pages. Here's a weather map. Well, now the weather doesn't change every 15 minutes. You can probably get away with changing the weather 3 or 4 times a day and accurately represent what's going on. Here's another use of our service. The airlines, in this case, I believe all happen to be late. Well, yeah, I guess they are. That would never happen, of course, but that's an online service that we could provide to viewers. Here's an example of a crossword puzzle, an electronic crossword puzzle where you'd have a degree of interaction that can be done, but not the kind of interaction, don't let me mislead you, that can be done with the Viewtron service or with banking at home or Pronto's chemical banking or any of that kind of thing. We are not two-way, we are one-way. One of the most important features of our service is that we are on demand. And by that I mean you simply press a button with this is not the decoder. What it requires is a decoder. This is the remote control device that I hope you'll all have a chance to work with. What you do is you press 2 buttons. We have a 100-page magazine that's spinning very quickly in the air. You press 2 buttons, ask for page 05 or 87 in this case, and you press the enter button, and within 10 seconds the slide drops down into the full screen. The carousel has to go the complete rotation sometimes, and it can take up to 20 seconds. If you happen to be on page 86 and you ask for page 87, you'll get it almost instantaneously. But if you ask for 85, it'll have to go the full rotation, taking 20 seconds. So it's approximately 10 seconds away from an on-demand service. Secondly, it's very user-friendly. You only need to be able to press 2 buttons. You have to be able to press the correct 2 buttons if you want page 21 or page 87, but you can get the service very quickly, and you don't have to be a computer whiz to figure out how to use our service. Thirdly, and probably most important, our service is free to the American public. Like television and radio, we expect to be advertiser supported. Now that's all well and good. You can say, well, you're in 71 million homes, Albert, but how do you get it? How do I see it? Well, that's the obvious question. I've been in this job 14 months, and we think we're on the verge of solving that problem. The problem comes to, well, it took a long time. No, the teletext technology has been in the process we started experimenting in '79. The British, as you know, with their Oracle, have been on the air and are currently in 1.5 million households. 75, thank you. He's been around longer than I have. We started a long time ago with trying to improve the technology. We finally have gotten the product now available, and what we need, of course, are decoders. Because if you can't see the product, well, that's all well and good. So for the next couple of seconds, I'm going to give you a little progress report on what's going on in the decoder field. Firstly, there are professional decoders. These cost thousands of dollars, and they're available from 2 major vendors. One's the Videographic Systems of America. That's the French government. What was called the Antiope system has now been brought up to our system called North American Broadcast Teletext Standard, NABTS. And we are available, and you can purchase decoders from Videographic Systems of America. You could also purchase decoders from Norpac, which is a Canadian firm, which is the Teledon translation, which I believe, John, is you using the Teledon or something close to that? NAPL, yes, fine, that's even better. The Norpac people have decoders available and can be purchased. Right now, they're basically being purchased by television networks and by our affiliate stations, not by the public. So then you ask, when's the consumer going to be able to get in the game? Well, the good news is that at the recent CES, Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, both Sony and Panasonic made announcements. They announced that in mid-1984, Sony would be in the game. We just happened to have done a teletext page announcing that feature, probably because there were only 50 or 60 people in America who could see it, but we thought those people might be interested. And I'll read the comment. Neil Vanderdusen, president of Sony Consumer Products, said, Sony recognizes the significance of new information delivery systems to society and the future growth potentials of the teletext industry in the United States. So we've got the Sony people involved, and they expect to have their product out in mid-1984. The next major vendor to sign on is Panasonic, and I have some of the brochures here which are very generic in their pitch. They're not an attempt to sell their product, but I do have a couple of these available. It discusses the kind of product that we're about to offer. It's kind of a little leave behind. It's not something that CBS has anything to do with. But Panasonic has announced delivery and does have 3,000 or 4,000 decoders available for a list price of approximately $900. You have to purchase an Omni, which is their version of the Profil. The product that we have here to show to you today is a 25-inch Omni, plus the decoder which sits on top. The decoder lists for about $900. They expect to be selling it in the open market for $700. However, I'm going to comment in a few minutes about where we think the prices are going for decoders, because there is no marketplace, in my view, at $700. Okay, Quasar is also in the game. They're a division of Matsushita, and they are also announced in our standard. Beyond that, what about some of the American manufacturers? We know that coming soon, RCA will be in the game. Now, RCA will be coming out with a product that's built in. By that I mean it's not a standalone unit. In mid-1985, we expect RCA will have made some announcements, but we're not in their business, and of course RCA owns NBC, and that would make some sense for them to be in this particular game. Zenith has made some announcements in another standard. We expect that they will come along in our standard as well. In addition, Hitachi is about to get going in the teletext business. So we've got 5 or 6 major vendors about to produce consumer decoders. So our product, whether it's NBC Teletext or CBS's Extravision, you will begin to hear about and see more about in the trade press, because the consumer will begin to be able to see it. Now, there are a couple of issues that I'd like to just quickly touch on and gladly continue in private, or perhaps even better, Bill Lilly will be here tomorrow representing CBS on the policy issues, and you can discuss some of these with him. But I'd like to just briefly tell you what these issues are. Firstly, the FCC did not give us a standard. As in many cases, the FCC today has a laissez-faire approach and is suggesting that to let the marketplace decide. The 2 standards are the North American Broadcast Teletext Standard, which is the one we've endorsed, which what NBC's endorsed, AT&T, and many, many others have endorsed this, along with the Canadian government and the French government. But there is another standard, and the other standard is called World System Teletext, and it's featured basically by the British, and this is what the Oracle service would look like if you happen to have an Oracle opportunity. We didn't bring it in, but this is what I call the Lego look, which we have walked away from and suggested that this kind of technology is not good enough for the American public. Now, the reason I say that is because of advertising and over-the-air. We do not think, I'm going to go backwards for a second, that color separation, as occurs on that map, is impossible for the American advertising family. We think that the Lego look is very difficult to sell to the advertising community. So as I said, I'm going forward again. We've come with a product that looks more like this. You can see 50,076 dots on that screen as opposed to 4,800 squares. You see colors laying on top of each other. We see a product here we think we can sell to the advertising community, primarily because we can make logos very small. The smaller we can make the logo means the more information we can put on the page. That's the service that we're attempting to sell. That's why it's going to be free to the American public, because we expect a business to be determined by the revenue that we can get from advertising on the year. Let's quickly talk about localism. One of the more important aspects of television, as you know, is not just the networks providing MASH and after MASH, etc. It's the local station providing an individual marketplace product. What we have in this country, as I said, is 85% are passing our current product. 85% of the United States has the product on the air. More specifically, we have one market, Charlotte, North Carolina, who is about 2 weeks away from what I call local origination. We're preparing a 100-page magazine, of which we're asking our affiliates to take 50 pages away from us. So it'll be a combination of a local magazine and a network magazine that's going to make the most sense. Also in Buffalo, New York, we have an affiliate there that's about to get into the local origination business. To answer a question that I know you might have, what is it going to cost a station to get involved? About $150,000 to purchase the hardware. Probably a staff of about 4 people, incrementally about a $300,000 investment for a station to get involved, to bring it up. We think that just a network service is not sufficient, because we see this as very much a local business. Okay, just a couple of more comments. Another issue that's very important to the television business, of course, is must-carry. The FCC did not give the teletext business a must-carry mandate. A cable operator has the right to strip teletext. Because CBS did not feel that that was in our best interest or in the industry's best interest, we have asked for a reconsideration petition at the FCC. And if you have questions to that end, I'd let Bill Lilly speak to them tomorrow. probably the most important aspect of what I call program related. It's how we relate to the television screen. We have a feature called a burst-through feature. So while someone who has one of these decoders and has the remote control device, as I'm holding up here, with a decoder on top of his television, has an opportunity for a feature to burst through the screen. Now, this will only happen in homes that have decoders. It will not happen across the country. But we can burst through information that relates to what's going on the television. The best example of which, of course, is captioning for the hearing impaired. CBS has been strongly committed to captioning for the hearing impaired. Again, a very sensitive issue, one that we can deal with over cocktails or perhaps at dinner, but we strongly believe that the NABTS captioning that we're providing for the American public is the right way to go. The reason that we feel so strongly is that we're not just talking about a $700 or $900 decoder. What we're talking about is a VSLI chip built into television sets in mid-1985, bringing the cost down to $75 to $100. That's why we believe so strongly that ours is the right technology. We're not talking about a service for the hearing impaired that's going to cost $300 or $400 or $500, or much worse, $700 or $800. If that's the product that we have to offer, then we don't think there's a marketplace. Until this gets built in, as UHF is built into televisions today, we do not see it as a viable marketplace product. So we're looking for the day when the chips will cost $25 or $30 with an add-on feature, perhaps $75 to $100 to the consumer, and that's the day that we feel that we'll be able to provide a service not just for the hearing impaired, but for the sight impaired. Everybody in this room has an opportunity to learn and get more information that you might want to know. Example might be the airlines leaving here. When do they leave? Bridge closings, school closings. We can provide all kinds of community service that the regular television and radio stations cannot easily provide. So we have this opportunity. I'd just like to close with a couple of slides. The product, as you'll see it in the other room, builds on the air. So what comes on the air, bang, doesn't come on this way. So there could be a certain amount of doubt when the picture starts to form as to who this might be, but I can't demonstrate that here. I think everybody figures it out fairly quickly as to exactly who that is. Now, the other feature I want to show you, because of the graphics that we can do, that's obviously the candidate for the presidency. We have another candidate for the presidency that I understand is going to rerun after, you may or may not be aware that sometime in mid-April, CBS is doing a mini-series on another president, and there's word has been around that he's going to run again. And of course, Uncle George may or may not make it as the Democratic candidate. I thank you all very much.
Albert, I thank you. Just one comment on the teletext. In Europe, it's one of the problems you also face. Though the British standard might not appear as well, they have over 1 million users of teletext in homes. It also is free in Europe, but there it's subsidized by the government as a news media to the citizens. Where here in the U.S. it will take entirely different course, being an advertising-supported medium by the networks primarily. Now, for hearing about the largest world's experiment today going on, or rollout, commercial rollout, I apologize, John. It's definitely commercial. John Woolley from in Miami, the Knight Ridder Group is building this very fine system called Viewtron.
Thank you, Haines, especially for emphasizing that it isn't an experiment. I brought my keypad too, and if you wonder why Albert and I are carrying them around, it's because some refugees from Mark's bar mitzvah have turned out to be high techies and chip heads. And it's the only way that we can keep our machinery from being selectively destroyed, I think, each time we leave the room. If you don't believe that there is a market for this kind of stuff, I suggest you just go to Mark's bar mitzvah. Somebody a little earlier said that maybe 2/3 of the people in here had never used a computer. Could I see a show of hands of people who have never used a computer? There may be a market. Okay. I'm the editor of Viewtron, as Haines told you, and Viewtron is in fact a commercial venture down here in South Florida. Let me tell you a few things about it. I'll be brief, and I'll get out of your way so you can touch the buttons, because that's what's important. Viewtron is an electronic home information service. The information is stored in a central computer. It is transmitted into the home over regular telephone lines. There's a decoder that you have to buy, but then it's displayed on a regular TV set. If you have it, you can shop with it, you can bank with it, you can help your kids get educated, maybe. You can read the latest news, you can read weather, you can read sports, you can send messages, you can play some games, although they are not games that really look like video games. In some ways they're a little more challenging. In some ways they aren't as good. And it does all of this because, unlike Albert's system, it is two-way, and that means that messages are sent from the home back to the computer, as well as being sent from the computer to the home. And I won't go into that much at all. You'll see. It'll be obvious to you when you see it. The displays in general look very much like what Albert just showed, and you'll see those as well. But as I said, the delivery is different. It comes across telephone lines. It has nothing to do with commercial TV, has nothing to do with cable. It is straight phone lines. It is much more like a computer talking through a modem to another computer somewhere else. Viewtron's been developed by two, or now actually three, corporations. As the editor, I work for Knight Ridder Newspapers, which is a billion-dollar newspaper company headquartered here in Miami. We own the Miami Herald, we own the Philadelphia Inquirer, we own papers in Detroit, San Jose, St. Paul, and a number of other cities around the country. Pardon? Absolutely, absolutely. And Little Long Beach, too. We program and run the central computer. We develop the service itself. We've been at it for about 5 years, and we have spent about $30 million at it so far, or will have by the end of this year. The second and third companies are AT&T and Southern Bell. And they developed, AT&T developed a thing called the Scepter Terminal, which they now sell, which is the decoder that we use. And Southern Bell provides a special local area data phone network, which, as far as the phone customer is concerned, he never knows he's on it. It just seems like any other phone network. As some of you will certainly recognize, now Viewtron and the Scepter Terminal reflect at least one of the reasons why AT&T showed some grudging willingness to break itself up. Obviously, that's all significant. If you like what you see today, and I'm going to make a pitch, you can go buy a Viewtron. You can go about 4 miles up the road to the Burdine store at the Broward Mall, and you can purchase a Scepter Terminal for a special introductory price of $600, even less than a teletext decoder, for all that matter. You take it home, and the Viewtron subscription price is $12 a month, flat fee. There are also the computer companies who will likely be making equipment compatible with the kinds of services that Viewtron is at the point that they're satisfied that there's a market for it. In addition to being an editor, I'm also a lawyer, and so I just love to talk about the impact of all of this on things like freedom of the press and privacy and copyright law and all of that. I won't do that now. I'll do that later if anybody actually asks me. Thank you.
We've now covered one major part of electronic publishing. We now move on to the optical video disc, which is also related directly to the field of electronic publishing, yet with virtually a much broader scope. An area of confusion exists, of course, because we've all been blitzed with the video disc campaigns of RCA and others, and we're talking now about a different use of the technology. We're not talking now about the entertainment use of the video disc technology. To tell us about the new directions that are unfolding, although is Sony getting into the entertainment in there in their display?
It's primarily, I believe, instruction.
Okay. So the afternoon and the demonstrations are not as much. The North American Philips does show the video disc used as an entertainment device. This is more of a storage device. And to tell us about it and introduce the others on his panel, we have Joseph Price, who is the chief of the Science and Technology Division of the Library of Congress, and also director of the library's Optical Disc Pilot Program. Joe.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I see that we've sort of accumulated all the spare time at the end of the program. However, we won't use it. We'll try to go quickly because we know that you're all eager to go and see some of this very good equipment that's been assembled here. I would like to take just a few minutes to talk and then about the application at the Library of Congress Optical Disc Program. This topic is relevant to this seminar because of the many copyright issues that it raises. I've tried to reduce a large amount of information down to just a few slides, which I will have to quickly flip through, unfortunately. If I cover something too quickly, please by all means stop and ask me during the demonstration period for an explanation. I should also like to point out that in your notebook, I believe you've been provided with a brochure about the Library of Congress's program, and that should provide you some additional information which I may have to go over very hurriedly. After I speak for a few minutes, I will introduce Mr. Stephen Gregory from New England Technology Group and Mr. John Hartigan of the Sony Corporation. These two gentlemen have kindly agreed to come and bring their very advanced state-of-the-art equipment and approaches to this important topic of using high technology as a means of preserving and storing knowledge, and also as a means of creative access to that knowledge. And that, in effect, really are the two core themes of my talk. That is, the preservation of man's cultural knowledge and more creative approaches to the use of this information. You've seen a lot of acronyms today. I'll try not to throw any more at you, except one very relevant acronym, which is one which I will try to use as a guiding principle in my talk. This acronym is known as MAZE, and that means the mind absorbs what the seat endures. So I'll try not to have you sitting too long. You will hear me during this presentation occasionally making reference to analog and digital type of disc, video disc, optical digital disc. We're using both of these kinds of technology in this program. I won't try to make the distinction now. There are some technical distinctions, but again, I invite you to catch up with me or any of the other two speakers for an explanation of that. Suffice it to say for now that the analog discs are better suited for color and motion sequences, which is an important part of our pilot program, and digital better suited for pictures or digitized snapshots of printed pages. So that's as much as I will say about that distinction. Now, this talk features a number of opportunities which we hope to exploit, and I'll go through these on the slides now. It is a 3-year pilot program, and I put a great emphasis on pilot because we're in pursuit of a lot of answers which we hope will be of benefit to the library in the future. The objective of this program, as you can see, and I won't read it for you, is to exploit the use of this technology for the opportunities it presents in information management and preservation. Optical disc, as you've come to know, is the recording of information at the wavelength of light, and this recording and reading back is accomplished by lasers. Why optical storage? Because of their high density and resulting high storage capacity, they permit the efficient storage and retrieval of digitized images. And because they are read by reflected light, no wear or image degradation results. And this is very, very important when you are considering the preservation of materials. Why are we into this? I mentioned preservation because unfortunately, as much as we would like it to be true, this statement is not true. Changes in the papermaking technology over the last century have resulted in the use of acid-based papers, a cheaper form of paper, easier to manufacture, but unfortunately has the negative consequences of books literally deteriorating on our shelves. And this is really not an exaggeration. We have books that are greatly embrittled and coming apart like this. And of course we get materials from all over the world. Many of them arrive at our doors already in an advanced state of deterioration. From a service point of view, we would like to be able to provide users the same sort of, more than one user, the same information at the same time if necessary. And when you have custody over about 80 million items, inevitably some of them are going to be not going to be on the shelf, and we would like to reduce that problem as well. So we seek to exploit several opportunities here in the preservation area. We seek a stable storage medium, one that will last not in terms of tens of years, but in hundreds of years, to electronically monitor any possible loss of this information that we've so stored, to transfer it without a loss in quality, and again, I repeat the important point of no physical contact with the media itself. To balance the preservation concerns, we're also interested in exploiting these retrieval and storage opportunities, these service opportunities. I won't go through the list. Many of them are apparent to you, especially from what you've been hearing today. This project, as I said, is of 3 years duration, and we did separate it broadly into two categories. Print material, where we're using the digital technology, is primarily used in text material. And the non-print side of the project, where color and motion sequences are very important. This, of course, representative of print materials, which we hope to put on the disc, including, I should mention, maps and manuscripts and printed sheet music. And this information is scanned by the scanner that you see on the right and displayed on a very high-quality resolution screen. That's just sort of broadly representative of a kind of quality. And then, of course, it's capable of being printed out by laser printers. And it is stored on an optical digital laser disc. Now, the non-print side, where we are using analog technology, which is primarily a television technology in this context, we had high-quality high-quality photography made of a number of our special collections in the Library of Congress. And this then is subsequently being mastered onto video disc by our contractor. It will be then presented with, on television screens with caption information overlaid on top of it when desired by the user. And sometimes we will also, just for experimental purposes, use a separate television screen which contains the captions so that the picture is not encumbered by them. In the analog portion, we are making several video discs, we are also, I should say, making 2 compact audio discs. You saw those and heard those this morning. The laser video disc, I won't go into a great deal of technical detail, but basically there are 2 kinds. It was probably explained to you that there are 54,000 frames on a disc, that you can use that for still action in one way of using the disc. In other cases, if you want to have long sequences of motion pictures, you can use the CLV format, continuous linear velocity. Still image disc is where we're using the 54,000 frames as separate frames of information. There we will store a number of photographs and other images. For example, this is Depression area color photographs from the Farm Security Administration and the Office of War Information Collections. We will be storing architectural drawings. For example, you might be interested to know that this was a rejected design for the Library of Congress building. We'll be also storing examples from the American Cartoon Drawing Collection and a number of other motion picture and drawings. A very important disc will be a disc containing motion picture publicity stills. We have unique collections of these in the Library of Congress with about 90,000 on one. We're going to place 90,000 on one disc and manage their retrieval according to various means. I mentioned motion images disc. We're putting portions of 7 motion picture films, color motion picture films, on one disc. We're interested in using this as a means of testing the color image, quality of the color images over time, and also in establishing a baseline from which we can compare the degradation of color in motion picture films, which is a very serious problem. This particular film with the Marines at Tarawa contains some very unique color combat footage. We also will be creating a disc that contains teleproductions, that is, television production, CBS News in this particular case. And I did mention to you that we will be creating a couple of compact audio discs from the very good programs that we have in the library's Coolidge Auditorium. This is not the Library of Congress' first effort in using optical digital technology. We have a responsibility over many, many years to provide cataloging card information to libraries around the world. This has now accumulated into the millions and millions of cards, and so we seek to scan these cards and store them more densely onto optical digital disc and be able to then pull them back up and print them out on demand when libraries need them. Well, this gives me an excellent opportunity to point up one other feature of this technology which we hope to exploit, and that is one of image enhancement. On your left you see one of the cards that had been soiled and abused over many years. It can be scanned and all of that dirt and stain in effect wiped out and a new version printed on laser printers, and that's what you see on the right. Density is the name of the game with this technology. This is one of my favorite slides. We won't try to go through it. You can store 1 billion bytes of information on a disk, one side of a disk. And of course, that's my favorite one here on this list is the number of $10 bills in the federal deficit, since that goes out of date every hour, as you know. This slide is roughly illustrative of the storage area that it can be that is accommodated on different technologies. A page, I won't go through the numbers, but a page in effect, as it is reduced to microfilm, as it is reduced to 98 frame microfiche, and finally, as the same page can be stored on a digital optical disc. This slide implies that the storage on the disk would all be sort of clumped together. Let me quickly say that the bit stream associated with the page would actually be stretched out on tracks among the disk itself. So in summary, I just want to repeat these various facets of this technology which we hope to exploit in this 3-year pilot program: preservation of materials, service, random access, space, compaction, and image enhancement. And to help us really answer these 2 questions, how can disk help preserve library materials, and how can disk help improve library research? Thank you very much. I would like to now introduce Stephen Gregory, and he will tell you a little bit about what he'll show you in the demonstration room.
We've seen how the optical disc is a very high-density storage device. There's a few things that need to be added to that, however, to use it as a very effective information access device. And my company is involved in developing computer software and computer hardware to go along with such technologies as the optical disc to help our clients get much better access to some of their information bases. First thing we add to it is a computer, an external computer, which is usually a small microcomputer, which can control the optical disc, which allows traditional information processing and record-keeping technology to be added, so that, as well as the same kind of information technology that's used in text information. This gives you the ability to access immediately huge amounts of this visual material, in the case of a video disc, as well as text information. This means you can treat a photograph or a movie as, in fact, a piece of information in your database. The other thing that you can add is some intellectual creativity as to the format and develop new structures of information using this medium. And so instead of thinking, or one of the things you can think about is the idea of something that's sort of like a book, except as you flip the pages, the pictures are movies instead of still pictures. Just one of the simplest ideas. Some of the other ideas for the formats that this can take are simulations of very expensive or new kinds of pieces of equipment. You can actually use a video disc system to simulate a complex, high-technology piece of equipment, something that's much too expensive to have a lot of copies of to use for training, for example. The other thing that our company is very interested in is adding simple mechanisms which allow people to communicate with the technology in very simple ways. And as you'll see in our demonstration, one of the things that we use a lot is a touch-sensitive display. That is, it's a television screen which allows you to just touch the screen and point to various objects on the screen, thus eliminating some of the anxieties that people have about using computers or using computer keyboards. There are other devices as well. Someday, for example, speech input will be very prominent as ways of communicating with these machines to describe what it is that you want to access from that system. As the example that I'll be showing in the other room, we'll have a system which was developed with a large pharmaceutical company for training physicians on some new procedures in cardiology. Basically, it has several different modes of operation. One of the most interesting, perhaps, is where the physician is given a patient history. You actually see the patient, you see cardiograms on the screen and so forth. The physician then gets to choose from several different diagnoses that they can make, and then follow up and suggest various treatment. And they can branch through all of the different possibilities, seeing the results each step along the way. So we're looking at the video disc as the basis with a microcomputer as a very powerful personal medium. It's what we call a standalone system. It's very much a portable, personal kind of a system, which someday may evolve into the size of a book with the same kind of features, which is a very flexible medium for accessing complicated kinds of information presentations. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? You've said something about simulating the way a particular piece of machinery might operate without having to have those same pieces of machinery available. Let's assume you were instructing a class this size and you didn't want to have just 50 machines for 50 people, but you needed hands-on individually at all stages. You mean to tell me that you could have a machine with software that would literally simulate the operation of a non-existent machine, a non-present machine, and you could train people through a computer device to run that non-present machine?
Yes.
By simulating what the machine would do at every step?
Right. This has been done, for example, for a tank, to simulate the gunnery procedures involved in a tank. It costs, I don't know, $100 to fire a round. So there are simulators based on video disc that provide an extremely realistic kind of image for the sighting, and actually allow the operators to simulate, in fact, what they have to go through in a battle sequence using that. Other kinds of simulators are for driving around. They allow you to literally choose the direction, steer, and you see a continuous stream of visual information which you can speed up or slow down, make turns. And by simply having the computer access the proper visual sequences, which were filmed by traveling down the street, it's a simulation, and you're actually in control of where you go.
Well, of course, they've been doing that for years. I mean, even when I was in driving school, I remember seeing simulations, et cetera. What is so new about that particular kind of simulation?
Well, as far as I know, without spending a lot more money, it's really the only way that you can literally drive anywhere you wanted to in New York City, for example. I mean, you can choose if you want to turn left on Fifth Avenue, if you want to speed up to 60 miles an hour and then stop, you can actually turn a button and change the seasons and watch it snow if you want as you're moving along. I think it's a little different than, they had some mechanical versions of that where you had a little camera in a cart and you were steering that, but this is all done in a very inexpensive, let's say $5,000 range type of a station. It's, for example, application would seem a very good kind of system in any kind of high technology type equipment, for example, repair of an aircraft or repair of electronic devices. These are some of the areas that it's now getting a wide range of acceptance. My basic point, I guess, is that whereas video discs might seem to have flopped as movie machines, which was simply one marketing choice for their first commercial feasibility, what we're seeing them now is when they're hooked in with computers, it becomes a much different story. It's a very interactive media. It's a medium for storing visual information and accessing it very rapidly. And this opens up just a whole new situation for many new kinds of applications.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think just in reference to that last question, I might add that what we are seeing with interactive video disc is actually a new form of publication, and that should hold some meaning as you consider the copyright issues. For example, I invited the Massachusetts Institute of Technology folk to come down and show us some of their very good work in this area over the last few years. Unfortunately, theirs is not very portable. They've got some very interesting experiments going on in, strangely enough, the School of Architecture. I have a video disc that illustrates a lot of the things that they're doing, which if there is an interest at some point during this seminar, if I can kindly beg the use of a video disc player from some of our demonstrators, I'll be happy to show you little portions of that. So just catch me if you're interested. I'd like to now introduce John Hartigan with Sony Corporation. I should say that John works with us on our Library of Congress Optical Disc Pilot Program. One of the contractors in that effort is Sony Corporation. John?
Thank you, Joe. On the way down here, I thought I was nothing but a red-blooded, clean-living young American boy, but I discovered that I'm a supplier to pirates when I got here. So the nice thing about working with optical discs is that they're shiny, and if the audience begins to go to sleep, you can direct the light in their eyes and wake them back up again. The optical disc is really an omnibus medium. I tried to call the Sony disc a compound data disc, and the Public Relations Department said, no, you can't do that. But it is truly a compound data device, because the disc I have in my hand has analog video, the kind of video that you're used to seeing on your TV screens. It has digital audio information on it. It has digital computer data on it. It's got analog audio, digital audio, all of these things, and they're all accessible. They're very rapidly accessible. The farthest point of any piece of information on the disk is less than 6 seconds away, so that, for instance, with the little compact disk that the people from Magnavox showed you, you can store 550 megabytes of data. The information there is never more than a second away. On this disk, we can store a gigabyte or a million bytes of data. I don't know much about the law myself, but I dare say that this disk can hold all that all of you know about the law on the one disk. That's certainly not... It has incredible storage density. When we couple this, I think the reason, it's been mentioned, the reason probably that the video disc was a marketing disaster for some companies was that we tried to make a new technology do an old job. We tried to simply transport movies with it, when in fact it is, another acronym coming up, a ROM, a read-only memory. The disks cannot be erased, they cannot be altered. They are, in fact, if the data on them changes, then the disk becomes valueless. But they're very inexpensive. They're made of very medium expensive plastic, polymethyl methacrylate. There are about 15 billion impressions in the disk surface, and they're all discrete and they're all identifiable. When we tie this ROM to a computer, we can, it's just the number of things we can do with it. I've said often that most of the applications for the video disk haven't been thought of yet. And a magazine editor immediately asked me what those applications were. The equipment that I've brought along to show you what you can do with a ROM of this size tied to a microcomputer is in the next room. And I'd rather let the equipment do the talking, and so thank you very much.
Please.
In terms of mechanics for the rest of the afternoon, we have about an hour and a half remaining before we need to break so we can get ready for the reception and the dinner. So we have set up in boardrooms 3, 1, and meeting rooms D and E in the same area where we went this morning for the demonstration. The equipment that you've heard described to you this afternoon, a demonstration of the control data Plato system in boardroom 3. The other equipment that was in D&E is there. There's also in the atrium area Meyer Cuts with a demonstration of online database access, and outside boardroom D&E is Bill Towski from VisiCorp Corporation to show you how you can copy protected so-called uncopyable computer software, and to explain to you a little bit about what software is that you've heard so much about. So there's coffee outside the door. If we could go ahead, take a coffee break, take our coffee, and proceed on to the meeting rooms, I think you'll find some very, very exciting equipment demonstrations there available for you.
A couple of small things, and then the big one. Yeah, this is all garbled. Big one. This is a video. That's the ViewCon file. That's the ViewCon 18 file, which is the same as the. So take digital video out. Talk about night vision and HTTP. Everything else is right. I've combined that and that into one because we're talking about the same thing. Oh yes, it's all happening. It's all happening. Right.
Presented the fine demonstrations of this equipment, the systems and the information services that are bringing the frontiers of high technology into our homes, into the marketplace, into schools, into the world we all live in. I wanted to say a few words on behalf of David Ladd, the Register of Copyrights, to thank everyone for their participation, to thank the members of Congress for their participation in this session, and for asking us to organize this program for you all. This evening we're privileged to have a very fine dinner speaker who will be talking with us further, and there are 3 of us in the Copyright Office who have worked on organizing this program who are here this evening. David Leibowitz, who many of you know, myself, Mike Keplinger, who I've talked with many of you on the telephone about organizing this thing and getting it going, and Harriet Oler, who has been a very important part and a very significant contributor to our team effort that helped organize this whole program and getting it going. And all of the other people in the Copyright Office, too, who have been supporting us and working with us and helping get this program going for everyone. So we've asked Harriet this evening to introduce our dinner speaker. Harriet?
It's really quite easy to organize a conference such as this one has such nice cooperation from everyone, and we thank you in turn for your wonderful cooperation. Our speaker this evening, Dr. Martin Greenberger, has asked me to give very brief introductory remarks, which I will do because I know you've heard a lot of dialogue today, and what we're really interested in is hearing Dr. Greenberger's speech. My brief introduction in no way denigrates his significant accomplishments. He is the IBM Professor of Computers and Information Systems at the University of California at Los Angeles. And he's the author of numerous books on science policy issues, including one written about 20 years ago called Computers and the World of the Future, which presages many of the issues which you all have come to discuss today. He's currently working on a project involving electronic publishing and the intellectual property concerns raised by electronic publishing. And I think his background makes him a particularly appropriate speaker for a symposium on copyright and new technology. Without further ado, I'd like you to welcome Dr. Martin Greenberger.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be speaking to you about computers and a conversation I overheard in the Gardens restaurant last night has some relevance to that subject, so I thought I'd start by telling you about it. There were these 4 professional women sitting at a table talking about their careers, making comparisons, and after a little while it got a bit competitive, and they started talking about the origins of their professions and how far back these professions went. The first woman was a lawyer. I think she was a lawyer with the Copyright Office. And she talked about the Roman law and some of the fine traditions that went back to those years. The second woman was a physician, and she spoke of Hippocrates and the glory of medicine in the ages of Greece. Then they turned to the third woman, and she was a new member of the House of Representatives. And she hesitated, then spoke in a candid way about her early years before her life took direction, and she confessed that she had, for a period of months, belonged to that oldest of professions. And with that, silence fell over the group, whether out of embarrassment or awe, or just maybe the belief that she had played the ultimate trump card in this comparison of the origins of their professions. But then the silence was broken by the fourth woman. And without hesitation and in tones of increasing exuberance, she spoke up. She said, "Well, I'm a computer scientist or systems analyst. Now, you know, on the first page of the Old Testament where it says, 'And God created the world from chaos,' well, who do you suppose created the chaos?" I'm really very happy with the title that's been given my talk this evening, but I suppose if I were to have provided the title myself, it might be something like this: Post-Print Society, Computer Communications as an Environment for the 21st Century. Now, I don't mean by post-print society to suggest that print will be passé in the 21st century. I don't believe that. Any more than I think Daniel Bell had in mind to suggest that industry would be passé in using the term post-industrial society. By the way, Daniel Bell is now working on a new book on the significance of technology, and he's been musing about what to call the current era. Some of the candidates I think he's been considering are computer era, electronics era, information era, telecommunications era, teleprocessing era. I vote for computer era. The computer has been and continues to be a snowballing concept, intellectually and technologically, of such profound importance that in a view that I've held for many years, and it's a view that has more and more adherents these days, the computer promises ultimately to transform and shape the environment of all humankind and all civilized society. It's really interesting, given that view, to consider the derivation of this term computer, a term that may well characterize an age that promises to be pivotal in the history of civilization. The Latin roots, of course, com is with, and putara has a number of meanings, but let's use the one to think. So computer, computara, to think with. I think that's a great rendition. There are many ways, of course, to play this game. You could come up with many etymologies, but by this root, what we end up with is a mechanism or a means, in a very general sense, to think with, something to think with. You know, the first computers weren't called computers. They were called things like analytic engines, analyzers, calculators was probably one of the most common terms that was used. The computer I started with, which is generally credited to have been the first computer, was the Mark I at Harvard, and we called that the automatic sequence controlled calculator. So that was called a calculator. And the emphasis in those days was definitely on calculation. These machines were number grinders. The Mark I was used to produce very voluminous reports of mathematical functions. Well, things have changed. I think everyone these days realizes that computer as a concept is much broader and much deeper than that, than those early meanings. There have actually been 5 generations in the history of computers, and if we put aside the museum pieces, the ones that weren't really operational commercially and widely used, and that really includes the Mark I, which was used only at Harvard, and it actually got started in 1939. It was in design, it was operating in 1945, through about, sometime in the maybe early to mid-50s. But the first real computers, in the sense that we use the term today, the electronic machines, Mark I was not an electronic machine, it was electromechanical, it was a telephone, realized. The first real computers, in the modern sense of the word, used electronic tubes. The UNIVAC was the first commercial machine, the ENIAC preceded it, and so on. That was the first generation, electronic tubes. The second generation was after the invention of the transistor, and that was a big step forward, a much more satisfactory means of storage and logic for these computers. The third generation was with the introduction of printed circuits, where these transistors were actually implanted on silicon boards and fabricated in a way that lent itself to mass production. The fourth generation took this one step further, and it integrated these circuits and began to pack them on what we call today chips in larger and larger quantities, ultimately resulting in what is now called very large-scale integration, VLSI. That was the fourth generation, that's the current generation. But people today are already talking about the fifth generation. There's been a book on that subject recently that's gotten a lot of attention. And what the fifth generation computer is a number of things that really, if we achieve it, takes us a giant step forward from where we are today, which is hard to believe since the progress has been so incredible already. What these fifth generation computers will do is they will embody expert knowledge. Some people call them knowledge information processing systems. They will be much more human-like in their function, if not their appearance, than computers have achieved to date. They will also have a parallel architecture predominantly. And I don't think I will say too much about that except because it gets a little technical, except to say that computers up to now have tended to do one thing at a time, basically. They've been serial machines. That's the von Neumann concept. This new generation would be doing many things at once, more in the way that the human mind and nervous system functions, and therefore gain enormous advances in performance and capability, versatility. Now, going beyond that, we can project, I don't know how many generations, but I firmly believe that someday we will see biological machines, machines with biological storage, and logic that comes even closer to the way that living systems function. So that the main point I want to make in tracing this history and projecting it out into the future is that we have a long way to go. We have not come the length of a road that is now finally ending. We're, in a sense, just beginning. Now, one of the signs of progress are these chips I mentioned, these integrated circuits that are packed. And just to give you an idea of how tightly they're packed now today, we can get about 600,000 logical elements, 600,000 of these transistors on a single chip that's 6 millimeters, a quarter of an inch on a side. Those are the 256K RAMs that some of you may be familiar with. They're not quite commercially available yet, but they will be within the next year or so. Now, that density, that 600,000 transistors per chip, has increased steadily from the time that integrated circuits were first developed back in 1959, the innovation being made by both Texas Instruments and Fairchild simultaneously. And the density doubled every year from then, from 1959, the time of introduction, to 1973. Since 1973, it's been increasing at a rate of about 1.5 per year up to the present time. Now, this eventually has to level off because there's only so close and so small that you can make these logical elements. But nevertheless, there was an article in Science magazine, I think just this past issue, which projects 1 billion, not 1 million, but 1 billion. We're now at 600,000, remember. 1 billion transistors per chip by the end of the century. Now again, this is just one stage in the development of computers. We have other breakthroughs and leaps forward, I think, in store for us. So, another point to make in this context is just as fast as these densities for the chips are increasing, so are prices coming down. If you were to plot the price per bit, which is one way it's done, of these memory units, you get just as dramatic a decline in that quantity. And the size of the memory elements has been increasing from 8 bits to 16 bits. That keeps increasing. So there are several different ways to measure them, and on all these scales, the progress has been quite unbelievable. So one thing we can be sure, we have still a long way to go. Now, this is all discussion about not impacts on society, but just the basic technology, which is the driving force. It's not entirely the driving force, I might add, because there's a temptation to say, well, you know, everything is technology driven. In fact, the progress in technology and what is possible in technology is itself driven by some social forces and interacts with these social forces in a way that makes understanding what has happened and what will happen in the future considerably more complex than that simplism suggests. It's very interesting that the very technology whose rapid advance in infiltration is having reverberations throughout all areas of intellectual property, which is the subject of this meeting, and of copyright law, is itself an active subject of that concern. Chips, for example, as you know, are a very important and controversial area at the moment for copyright concern. Chips are a new form, if you will, of intellectual property, one that has yet to be fully defined. And in a moment I'll give you still another example of that. But before I do, I want to mention one other thing that has an explosive character, which isn't really included in this progression of computer generations that I mentioned, and that's the explosion of PCs, or personal computers, we've seen in the last few years. And, you know, the newspapers, the advertisements, the magazines are just full of articles on this development, so that I need say very little about it, except maybe to mention that just a few years ago, industry planners who were proposing the first commercial production and distribution of these personal computers were in a position of trying to sell this project, which was very innovative and controversial at the time in the large computer companies, particularly the largest one of all. They were trying to sell this project to their management. They were projecting sales as part of the pitch of a few thousand of these machines a year. And these projections were met with considerable skepticism. Because any new product that you projected at that time in the thousands was considered pretty questionable, unless you had very firm evidence in support of your claim. And in this case, they didn't. This was very innovative just a few years ago. Well, what actually has happened, of course, is that the figures have far, far exceeded those early projections. In the case of this one company, sales of their personal computer have grown by a factor of five times in each year without fail since 1981, since it was first introduced. There are, at present, on the order of 6 to 8 million personal computers in homes and offices throughout the country. There probably, within the year, will be over 10 million. And within a few years after that, there's very likely to be more personal computers than TV sets in this country. Another measure of the activity in the field related to personal computers is the amount of venture capital that we find going into the different industries. Now, what I have here in front of me is a breakdown of the amount of venture capital that went into about 15 of the main industrial sectors of the economy in the 2 years 1980 and 1981. I wish I had more recent data, but I don't. But this, I think, suggests what's happened. In 1980, I'll just mention two of these industrial sectors. I'll mention energy, or energy-related, and computer or computer-related. In 1980, energy received about 20% of the venture capital. In 1981, about 6%. In 1980, computer-related industries received about 26% of the venture capital. In 1981, over 34%, over a third of all venture capital. My guess is, if anything, it's increased in the years since. I would certainly think so, but I can't. I don't have those figures for you. A lot of that venture capital is going into the personal computer market, but a lot of it is going into the software market, which is related very closely. I want to spend some time talking about software because it, like chips, is a very active subject for copyright concerns, and it's going to play a very important part in the future of the computer industry. The characteristics of software are, or of the industry, is, number one, not very much capital investment is required to get started. It's an independent business. It's not part of the mainframe or equipment computer business. The large computer companies, for the most part, aren't very active producers of software. They go outside. IBM, in order to produce the operating system for its personal computer, went to Microsoft, which is the most successful of the software companies at the present time. But there are a number of others that are doing very well, and they're all growing by leaps and bounds. It's a highly innovative business, and it's highly individualistic. The main resource of that business is extremely talented people, creative people. All of these characteristics, I think, are important to us to recognize in beginning to address the area, the role of copyright in protecting software and playing a part in the growth of this industry. Once computers saturate the home market and the office market, we're probably not too many years from that point, given the current growth. It can't continue much longer. The dynamism that we are currently experiencing in the development of the industry will undoubtedly shift to software. I mean, it's already started, but it will undoubtedly grow much faster and wider than the present. The programs, along with the data services, transactions, entertainment, so forth, to which they apply, are going to be the electrical appliances of the computer industry. In other words, they will bear the same relationship to the computer hardware that electrical appliances bear to the power industry today. Now, we need to look a bit at the nature of software. First thing we have to recognize is that we may not be able to read software or understand it or make it intelligible in the way that we're accustomed to printed works being understandable and intelligible. I mention that because in the early days, just a few years ago, there was a tendency to speak of programs as literary works. Now, I think we've gone beyond that now. And I think we have to go further. I think we have to spend a lot of time thinking about what, not a program, because there are all kinds of programs doing very different functions. We need to think more about the functions that software perform, the purposes they serve. Another thing that's very important in looking at software is that you can use a program without copying it. All you need is access to the program, maybe a password to someone else's files, and you can use it. It becomes accessible to you. So right away, a question comes to us: is copying really what we should be necessarily focusing our attention on? Of course, we're very conditioned to think of copying as the issue, but we need to re-examine that question. As it turns out, copying is very easy and very cheap with software. Software, because it expresses not only a set of instructions, but also a basic idea, has tended to fall between the cracks, between patents, which cover ideas, and expressions covered by copyright. It's really a new form of intellectual property, and we don't entirely have it well characterized at the present time. It's not yet fully recognized in legislation, although there's definite progress that has been made. Now, another thing about copyright, and of course very essential, is that protection is important. We can't waive copyrights or their equivalents away because, number one, as we discussed earlier, creativity is very important in this activity, and so we have to reward it. We also have to encourage the investments that are required in the software business. Chips and software both, for both of them, the cost of copying is very low compared to the cost of developing a program or technology and the cost of producing a market for it. To cite just one example, in the case of a particular chip, and I won't bother you with the name or number of it, it costs the company $40 million to develop that chip and approximately another $40 million to create a market for it. Now, it's not fair to allow someone else to come in and just quickly and inexpensively copy that chip and take advantage of that market without any of the expense that has been incurred. Just as with computer hardware, with computer software, we can specify generations. Except in this case, the generations are coming much faster. But again, I'll mention 5, just to give you, for those of you who are not familiar with this subject, a little feeling for what's been happening over the last few years. These generations apply specifically to software for microcomputers, personal computers, the small computers that have just been popular in the last few years. The first generation were custom programs. Now, this was the generation actually going back before 1980 or 81, in the late 70s, when most of these small computers, to the extent they existed, were used by hobbyists. People at home having a good time, like ham operators. And they wrote their own programs. They were custom programs. They may have used a language like BASIC or assembly language, whatever, but they were programs written by the users. That was the first generation software application. The second generation is when the software firms started to come alive, and they packaged the programs, gave them functions, so you didn't have to know a computer language to have a program. All you had to do was know how, like on your washing machine, to press certain buttons, perform certain functions, and it did what you wanted. That was a great advance. It's very important today. One of the best examples of that, and really the program that in some ways has had a lot to do with the success of the whole personal computer industry, is VisiCalc, which is a spreadsheet program originally developed by some Harvard Business School students in the course of, I think, doing a project for a course where they saw this kind of a facility had a lot to offer, and they thought it could be made quite general, and they were right. It's been a bestseller of all. That's a packaged program. It does the spreadsheet function for you. The third generation of programs were families of these packaged programs. A corporation like the one that was formed to produce VisiCalc also began to produce word processors, database programs, so forth. Visi this, Visi that, so forth, tend to give them the same name. A whole family of programs, and there was possibility to have interconnection between the different functions these programs performed and exchanged data and so forth, but it tended to be sort of ad hoc and clumsy. That was the third generation, the families of programs. The fourth generation, and again, the one we're in today, so it's quite parallel to what we went through with the computer generations, are integrated programs. Programs now where the interconnections are very nicely engineered, where moving from one to the other is not a lot of trouble, one program or function to another. And a good example of that kind of program is Lotus 123, which has been very successful. Integrated programs. Finally, the fifth generation, and we're just starting to move into it, but it has a long way to go. Let's call it the community of users. In each of the cases of these first four generations, we've been talking about a single user at a single computer. Now begin to think about many users at different computers, but interconnected in what is generally called a local area network, so that they can communicate with each other easily through modems, and they can use one another's programs, share one another's data. Maybe there are other computers that contain data that all are sharing. And this then spreads the function and means that a single application, like in a large company, can be dispersed among many different functional areas within the company. Finance, marketing, production, personnel, all tied into the same system. Gee, I didn't think of it until now, but the best example that I can think of is something that I've been doing research on this past year in the newspaper industry. News editing systems. The whole newspaper now is produced as a single database with reporters composing articles, editors working on those articles, electronic copy coming in from wire services, from floor of the stock exchange, stock prices, classified ads, everything coming together in what is really an integrated database, and people at dispersed terminals all having access to that database with different levels of access, so not everybody can read everything. A hierarchy is maintained, and that's really probably the most advanced application that I can think of right now of this concept that's going to become much more widespread in many other areas of newspapers. Office automation, of course, is a more general example of this. Okay, so much for the 5 generations of software. Now, let's talk about piracy, software piracy, because that's what we have to be concerned with in copyright area. There are 3 types. First of all is the kind of piracy that occurs by people working at home, by these hobbyists. It goes back many years. There's a considerable tradition in it already. It's sort of like, it reminds me of the way we used to trade baseball cards. You know, the kids on the block. We each had our own pack of cards, and if you had 2 Joe DiMaggios, and he had 2 Ted Williams, and you had none, so you switched, and now your set was more complete, and his set was more complete. The difference, of course, with computer programs is that you can swap, you can give somebody else a copy of your program without losing yours. I mean, that's what you do. There's no need to give up your copy. I mean, your original, you just have it copied, and your friend has it also. And this is widespread. This, I mean, among friends, among clubs, among user groups, this has been going on for some time. And it's really relatively innocuous in a way, although I'm sure there are plenty of software producers who are up in arms about it. We'll come back to consideration of that later on, but I think with all of these protection considerations, what we have to take account of is what society really frowns upon and what society is prone to accept. And I think this particular type of piracy comes a little bit closer to the sort of thing that society is, if anything, is ambivalent about. Now, the second kind of piracy, on the other hand, is quite the opposite. Let's call it professional piracy. And there we have, in turn, 3 kinds. We have fraud, out-and-out fraud, where somebody actually copies the program, repackages it, and sells it, and nothing else has changed. Secondly, we have the kind of copying or reproduction where there may be some manipulation of parts of the program. It may be incorporated in a larger program. And finally, we have maybe the most benign of the 3 forms of professional piracy, where simply it's the idea that's taken. And the calcs, all of the spreadsheets that came out, there have been many clones of VisiCalc, are examples of that. Because of the existence of VisiCalc, a lot of people say, why didn't I think of that? What a good idea. And now they sit down, they have all the understanding and talent they need to produce their own version, and they do. And in the process, they probably produce a more efficient or more capable version. And so you might say that's a form of piracy, but one that has not been legally penalized, and really can't, of course, by copyright, because copyright doesn't protect ideas. Finally, the third, going back to our major types of piracy, is the piracy that is occurring in large business organizations where you have many computers, as I was describing a moment ago. For example, in one aerospace company, a group of engineers about a year ago ordered, I think it was 150 PCs for their whole group. And by and large, these engineers were doing similar things. Well, what do you do in a case like that? Do you buy one copy of the program that they're using, like Lotus 123, which is popular in that environment, or do you buy more? Do you buy one for each terminal? Well, the way this software industry is developing, there has been a practice of requiring each computer to have its own copy, but that somehow doesn't seem like a practice that's going to be able to hold up, and indeed it hasn't. And so when we call this a form of piracy, it's probably a little severe. It's really, in a way, the customer trying to get familiar with the practices of the business place and find some middle-of-the-road position, some way of maybe giving more revenue to the software producer than a single copy would require, but not one for all 150 terminals. It doesn't seem right. There's got to be something in between, and until that's well established, at least by convention, if not law, there's room to call what's happening today in many places piracy. So that's the third kind. All right, now how is the software industry responding to this? Well, of course, there's copyright, but you've got to enforce it even if you have it. One way to approach it is to make copying hard by technology. Now, just to give you a couple of quick examples, you can embed a chip in the computer with essentially the serial number of that computer, so that when the program is being run, it's got to agree, because of coding that's embedded in it, with the serial number of that computer. So if it's copied or is attempted to be used on another computer, it just won't work. That's sort of locking. It's done with technology. Keys can be used in addition to serial numbers for this purpose. So that would be in the category of limiting the use of a program to a single station. It's a little bit like pay TV, scrambling pay TV. And another variation of that is to require that the program come from a larger computer somewhere, so that the larger computer is in control. That larger computer, as you heard this afternoon, is often called a host computer. There's also another approach would be a metering approach. This isn't used very much today, but it certainly seems like a potentially attractive way to go about it, where you allow the program to be run, but you take counts as it's being run. You have a way of doing this either in the hardware or software or both. And you charge, of course, by the number of uses. Some Israelis have cooked up a scheme which they call weak bits, where actually each time a program is run, certain bits that aren't crucial to the operation of the program are changed. And maybe after a certain number of run, the program self-destructs. That's an interesting idea. And there are lots of others, and I'm sure we'll see many new ideas in the future. A third approach is what is called a deadbolt. And this is done in the hardware. It requires that the user of a computer buy an additional attachment, which, like a deadbolt, is required in order to run a program. So if you want to buy that program, you also have to buy this piece of hardware that goes along with it and hooks into your computer. It doesn't sound like something that users are going to take to very enthusiastically. But the point from all of this is not to say we've solved the problem of piracy through technology or hardware, but at least that's an approach, and it's being tried, and lots of ideas, and it needs to be considered along with legal restraint. Another possibility would be labels. You could put a label right on the program which says this program must be run on this computer, or this program was produced by so-and-so and is only usable, a little bit like the labels on mattresses, and that label must not be removed. It must stay with the program. You can actually bury things inside the program, non-functional parts of the program. This would help in lawsuits. If you suspected something had been copied, you go and you look at this copy for this particular marker that's been surreptitiously placed, and if it's there, you've got a solid case. Now, with many of these devices to protect the software, there also is a counterculture called locksmiths. Actually, it's a sub-industry where firms and very clever programmers are producing programs to unprotect programs that are called often locksmiths. It's always possible. There's nobody who's yet developed a sure-proof protection device any more than anyone's developed a sure-proof encryption device for securing data. And but I think, and you know, it's a race. One makes an advance, the other one catches up, and so on. But probably more than anything, what we're going to see here with these copy protect devices is that the market is going to be the main constrainer of that development, because it's not very attractive in the marketplace to have a program that has these protections on it, because it's restricting the user in ways he doesn't want to be restricted. I'll tell you in a moment why. And what happens is that if a restricted program is very successful, you'll have competition moving in to produce a similar program which is not protected, and the user will immediately prefer it. Now, why is it that people don't like these protection mechanisms? This brings us to the area of consumer rights, or the user side of the picture. And of course, consumers feel like they're being ripped off. When they go out and they buy a program, they think it's theirs. They should be able to do what they want with it. But because of these protection schemes, they really can't use it fully. Suppose you want to change it a little bit to make it more closer to your needs. You want to examine it, look it over, see how it's done, learn from it. You can't do that with these protection devices. User groups are infuriated. Now, one argument for what user groups do and trading and so forth, to make copies, of course, you've got to buy diskettes. So you may not be selling the program, but you are selling these diskettes, so in that sense, you're helping the industry. People want to be able to incorporate pieces of program in other programs, build superstructures. That's really very important to the health and future progress of this industry. There's an educational value to being able to look at a program and use it in ways that you're not able to with these copy protects. There's the general feeling of, look, once the program has been written and I bought it, it's out, it should be out. The old idea of revelation. The software producer should go on to the next challenge and not be paranoid about what's happening with this current application. The program may crash, and you've got to replace it. You can't do it. You have to wait 2 or 3 weeks to get a new copy. You may want to shift to a new computer. The technology is moving so fast. You can't copy your program, so now you can use it on another computer. Maybe it doesn't load. How do you know what's wrong? The vendor wants to make demonstrations, wants to give people some familiarity with the program before they use it. Can't do it. WordStar, which is one of the most successful of the word processing programs, has not been copy protected. It's an unprotected program, yet it's one of the best sellers. Very successful, as one example. Now, this brings us back to the point that copying may not really be the issue. We must look at the reasons for copying and the role copying plays and will play as the future unfolds. We have to maybe think about other kinds of rights besides copyright. rights, access rights, service rights. Copies are not really what the vendors may be selling. It may be more service and support that they're selling. That may be what needs the protection, not the copies. In looking at the cost of copying, we take account of the fact that there's a gap at the present time, a very considerable gap between the price of what these programs cost, generally tends to be fairly high for the successful programs, the ones that are in demand, and the cost of development. There's a very considerable gap. We also need to take account of the quality of the program and the need for support and service, the desire for updates, improvements, enhancements. How can we make the original more attractive so that there's less desire and tendency to copy? How can we approach the problem of copying in that way? This would be through the marketplace as opposed to through technology. Well, for one thing, the most obvious thing is we can lower prices of the originals, and that's going to happen. Competition will do that. Unless there's too much protection afforded. Steve Jobs, who's chairman of Apple Computer, feels that copying, although he considers it illegal, as do most people in the business, will decrease as prices come down. He feels the economic reasons for copying will, for the most part, then go away. But there are other ways of increasing the value or the attractiveness of the original. You can package it very attractively. You can add keyboard charts, other user aids, in addition to the program itself, so that there'd be less relatively to gain from copy. You'd be losing a lot. You can make the manual, the user manual, very well written, very professional, very attractive. All of these things would be part of the overall package. And then, of course, and I think most important, you can attach a great deal of customer service and support and continuing attention and update to the program. And this may be what people in the final analysis in the software business will be buying. Now, when we come to copyright and its application to software, we have a number of concepts. Originality is one, fixation is another, intelligibility is a third. The first two certainly have a role to play because we don't want to be protecting things that don't really show any originality. We have to verify that there's some reason that the originator is getting some protection. With fixation, of course, we have the need for a tangible medium, which needs new definitions in the case of electronic communication. With intelligibility, we have an area which is already being rethought. We have the precedent of piano rolls, which was refused copyright protection because they weren't readable. But we know with software particularly, and now I have to use a phrase in the jargon, object code, which is not intelligible, that is not a reason to withhold protection, just as it's now felt the fact that you can't just look at a chip and understand it as a reason to withhold protection from it. There's no charge to read a book, there's no charge to watch a show on TV, or to play a record that you borrow from a friend. So should there be a charge to use a program that you have access to, that someone else purchased? With data, of course, we have another concept, the concept of compilation, and all of these are just sort of piecemeal examples of the kinds of re-examination and thinking that are going to be required to really formulate the approach to this new intellectual medium. Now, Ithiel Poole, a friend of mine, has done a lot of thinking on this subject, and he draws attention to the need for identifying bottlenecks, what he calls bottlenecks, or activity nodes, in order to impose control. In the print era, we had the printing press. Limited number of copies, large machine. We knew exactly where it was. It gave us a place to exert control. With records, movies, video discs, so forth, we also have that facility through studios and plants and so on. Large points of activity that lend themselves to controls. What is the activity point or the bottleneck in the post-print era? It's not so clear. And that's one of the reasons we're having all the trouble we are today. The medium is changing rapidly. The notion of copyright, according to Ithiel, is rooted in the technology of print. With computers, publishers lose control. The problem of copying machines is multiplied because every computer user is essentially operating his own copying machines, and the copies are not tangible necessarily. You do not have to write in order to copy. That may sound a little confusing. I don't know how to explain it except that it's possible to use someone else's program without ever printing it out, without even necessarily moving it into your files. You write to read, but not to copy. It sounds like things are upside down. This is going to be intensified as memories become larger and cheaper, because now in order to copy something in a small computer, you have to divide it up and make it a copy in parts. With a large memory, you'll be able to make a copy like that. And it will also be intensified as networks become more prominent, with users interconnected with very streamlined and simplified intercommunication facilities. So what are the other approaches to the problem? Well, there are some non-market means of compensation. In other words, if we can't fully protect and provide royalties, painters don't get after royalties on all of the uses of their paintings. They get remuneration through fellowships, prizes, philanthropic funds, so on. Scientists and scholars generally don't get compensated for the value of their non-patented technical contributions, like their articles in technical journals. They get compensated instead through promotion in their universities, honors, consulting fees, lecturers' fees. University labs, research labs work very often without royalties. Maybe there's a room for consideration of that form of compensation, non-direct compensation, in the case of this, at least in part, in the case of this new unfolding form of information distribution. Libraries in other countries often have a flat fee for the right to provide an unlimited number of copies to their users. An example in this country would be cable system royalties for the rights to distant signals. There's a great need in this new environment, this new computer communication environment that's developing and expanding widely, to incorporate things into larger things, to build into larger and larger structures. And we have to be careful not to impede that progress, that process, because it's very important to the field and is going to be potentially very important to society. linkage. I wish I had time to talk about this idea, but programs can be linked to a variety of services: banking, shopping, entertainment, professional services, healthcare, countless areas of life. And I think there are innovative ways to think about the question of protection and compensation in terms of this linkage with other services. Directories, which are very important in this computer communication environment, routes to where services are, who's providing what, are potential bottlenecks or activity points which could become loci of control. I'm trying to avoid expressing opinions, trying to just lay out issues, but I'll express one opinion before concluding, and that is, I think the best policy is to encourage all forms of these value-added services and then allow them in an interorganizational way to arrange royalty payments among themselves. Now, in summary, I'd like to review some issues that I think are worth. Number 3 is the idea of a new intellectual property form. Maybe we should call it a chip, a work of technology. Looking at the purpose and the nature of the form. 4, the role of services and support in the marketplace, the role that markets can play in providing protection and compensation. 5th, the role that technology can play, which we've discussed. Finally, and this I haven't mentioned yet, the period of protection, whether it be 17 years or 50 years in the life of the author or something else. In the case of software, for example, I think there's a good case to be made that the period should be much shorter, maybe 3 years. In any case, we need to look at what purpose the new medium serves, whose interests is compensation and protection being provided. And we need not to be bound by the precedents of copyright and patent law, and yet, at the same time, we need to be guided by the same social purposes that they've served. Now, in conclusion, let me remind you of the title that I gave this talk, Post-Print Society, Computer Communications as an Environment for the 21st Century. I think the ascendancy of the computer parallels the ascendancy of knowledge workers in society. Today, over half of us are directly involved in our work in the processing of information, and that number is going to increase. Knowledge workers today are like farmers or manufacturing workers in years past. The farmers, of course, were aided by the harvesting machine. Manufacturing workers by heavy industrial machines. Knowledge workers are being aided by the computer. The computer was Time Magazine's Man of the Year, if you recall, in 1982. It's an engine. That was one of the words that was applied in the days before computer became commonplace. It is an engine. It's an engine of change. And it's going to invoke very substantial changes in our fabric of life. It's not a new medium of communication. I think that's the wrong way to think about it. What it is more what I've tried to call it here, an environment for many media, with electronic publishing, and we could have talked about that tonight instead of software. With electronic publishing, all of the communication media are coming together through computer communications. According to an analysis of information flows by Ithiel Poole, Americans today already consume over 4 times as many words electronically as they receive in print. Newspapers, magazines, and books have dropped from providing almost all of what we receive to less than 18% today. And even their copy, even the copy of newspapers, magazines, as I suggested earlier, is currently being composed, stored, moved, and printed in electronic form. I think it's safe to say that we're at a turning point today in our move to electronic computer communication. As in 17th and 18th century England, the legal and legislative precedents that are set in the coming years are likely to become norms that govern information distribution, communication, and much of our lives for many years to come. It is the obligation and the challenge of our generation to think as clearly about the issues and future opportunities as possible, and to legislate as wisely as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Greenberger, for your very stimulating comments. Let me just remind you, before we dismiss for the evening, that in the morning we have arranged for a buffet breakfast beginning at 8 o'clock from 8 to 9 in Bonaventure Room A, which is just down the hall on the way back to the lobby. And then at 9 o'clock we'll resume our program again in the amphitheater with the beginning of our panel discussions to begin to explore the exciting and important policy issues that arise from the technology that we've heard discussed today. And again, let us all say thanks very much to the people who provided very kindly our demonstrations today, and to Haines Gaffner, who provided us with our overview for the sessions today. Thank you.